So the hashtag for this year, and of course, if you want also to get the Wi-Fi password, the media team will project that for us so that you may just log in. And also, we're going to just ask you a few questions as well. What are your expectations? We'll project the questions for you so that also you may engage as well from your phone. Are we good to go? Collins?
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. You may have your seats. So let me just give you a tender reminder on the conference objectives. One, it is explore market opportunities, investigate both local and international market prospects for agricultural commodities. Also provide market insights, share valuable insights on market requirements, certification, which is very key, and global trade standards. Best practices and technology is the third. Best practices and technologies is the third objective. And here we endeavor to discuss modern farming techniques and practices for meeting evolving market demands. Fourthly, facilitate deal making. And I think this is the crux of the matter, because we are here to interlink and also have opportunities, garnered and to reduce post-harvest losses and increase access to market, which we know is a niggling worry in most countries as well. Market access and buyer connections, opportunities and barriers for connecting farmers to buyers in both local and international markets. And I've mentioned, of course, regulatory and policy frameworks, inclusive participation, traceability, and ethical sourcing. In this epoch of time, we're talking about environment, social governance, very key. And we see the world over, when we talk about integrated reporting, the environment is very key. And so ethical sourcing is very key also through the supply chain, from the farm to the plate. We need to observe that. And of course, even as we're doing this, how are we observing the sustainability of our environment? Because we always say that we have not inherited this earth from our ancestors, but we borrowed it from our children. And how we do our business, how we are observant about the environmental social governance is very key. And that's why the world over, the government is very key on making sure that we have a sustainability reporting, even from corporates. Every year they have a sustainability report. How are they faring in that particular mode? Market trends and consumer preferences, understanding trends like organic farming and how they impact contract farming. Future of market-driven contract farming. Expert panel on strategies for expansion, competitiveness, and sustainability. And we have a full-packed program for you. Very rich, with very rich, of course, rim of information from our experts and also from academicians. All of these individuals are congregating today to dispense their knowledge and their expertise for our benefit. And so I want to thank you so very much. Before we drill deeper, just a little bit, I think we want to do a bit of a Slido, and Hillary can help me on this, just to ask you 2 or 3 questions before we buckle down to our first opening remark. And we want just to ask you a few questions. And I want you to engage with me from your phone. We want to just take a poll. And you may just go to your phone and you can scan that QR code. What is your primary goal for attending ICCF 2025? Kindly, if you have your phone with you, you can actually scan that. What is your primary goal for attending ICCF 2025? A, is it to gain new market insights and understand emerging opportunities? B, to build partnerships or secure business deals? C, to learn about new technologies, policies, or best practices? You can see 80% of you are saying B, to build partnerships or secure business deals. And why I mentioned that is the crux of it in this particular conference. 25% to gain new market insights and understand emerging opportunities, to build partnerships and business deals, still holding at 64. And I can see C, to learn about new technologies, policies, and best practices. I thought maybe the C would have taken the day, because now we're living on the artificial intelligence. How do we interface that? Yeah, it's still gaining traction, right? Are we still doing it? 53, still B is holding it. 33 still at A. Anyone on C? C is still lagging at 17%. All right, can we close that particular poll? I think B has it, to build partnerships or secure business deals. And all right, we're still voting. All right, we have 22 participants there, 24. All right, let me not close it yet. Still C is lagging, to learn about new technologies, policies, or best practices. Anyone, I don't want to lock you out. If you've not really scanned, or maybe there was a delay when you go into the slide. I can see one more. A is at 40%. Hope I'm not leaving anyone. All right. Let me close that particular question. I think the poll goes to be 44%. Is many people voting for this, to build let's go to the next question. So we want to also to just see which area of the conference are you most excited to engage with. So we'll get an understanding of where you want to be, right? Hillary, if you may just go back and mount up the next question. Yes, and a tender reminder also of the hashtag. Hashtag ICCF2025. Make sure you also use this on all your platforms on your socials so that you may also engage other people online who are joining us. This that we're running under is exploring market opportunities in contract farming. All right, Hillary, I'm waiting for you. If you may just go back, and then you can mount that particular question. And what we're asking is before he puts the QR code for you to scan, which area of the conference are you most excited to engage with? Is it A, panel discussions and keynote sessions? B2B? Opportunities. The marketplace spotlight sessions showcasing innovations. And more or less what we had previously, but I can see still everyone has a flash of interest on the B2B matchmaking and networking opportunities. 9% marketplace and spotlight sessions showcasing innovations. All right, we have 12, right? We are around 25 when we had that particular polls. I'm still waiting for you. I know the internet can be a bit slow. So as you're going to the slido.com, you will, 76 there, still on B. B2B matchmaking and networking opportunities. C, the marketplace and spotlight sessions showcasing innovations. Will it turn blue? A doubt at 70 and 20 and 10. Still at 20. We were 25. 5 of you, I'm still waiting for you. And if you haven't logged in, kindly log in so that we can get the poll. 23. Okay. So I can see C has jumped to 22. And A has jumped to 13. Anyone? I don't want to leave you out. I don't want to leave you out. Okay. Anyone? Good. Let's close it. Okay, 24. I can see one more. We were 25. I don't want to leave the last one. If not yet ready, let's go to the next question. All right, if Hillary may go to the next question, I want you just to jump it so that you can go to the fourth one because of time. I wanted to know how many of us attended. So let's close this. Of course, 67 is B at 67%, followed by C at 21%, and A, panel discussions and keynote sessions at 13%. I thought the panel discussions is where you should be eagerly, looking forward to the discussions where you have experts really coming in and giving you extended and knowledge, rich stream of information from different fields that they are representing, right? But we'll see how that really pans out. Okay, to the last one. Did you attend the inaugural ICCF conference in 2024? That is what we want to know. So I want to see how many second timers here, ICCF 2025. We had the segue of it, the maiden one last year, a very successful one at that. Did you attend the inaugural ICCF conference in 2024? I would love to know. Okay. Yes, I participated in ICCF 2024. A. That is one person, 100%. No, this is my first time at ICCF. I followed it online or through reports. Yes, we have B. No, this is my first time at 91. A. Yes, I participated in ICCF 2024. Still waiting for you. I followed it online or through reports. Did anyone really join us online? We had participants from Nigeria, from Tanzania, our regional, of course, representation through the EAC. C, I followed it online. I bet that's it. We have at least 5 more people. So we want to know, is it your first time? 20, I can see that. B is growing to 90%. 21, 22. That is, oh yes. A is growing at 13. Yes, I participated in ICCF 2024. None followed online or through reports. I think, yes, 24, unless there is someone else. Are you still scanning? I can see someone is still scanning. Yes, let's wait for her verdict. So on the poll, so that we know if she participated last year or this year. I mean, yeah, this is our first time. None of us followed it online. So we close this poll. Are you successful? You're still scanning. I know the internet. Yes, 25 is there. Still, okay, yeah. Okay. I followed it online and through reports. No, that's lovely. It's good to know that we had 4% or so who were following it online. Thank you. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate when we get this info. Of course, it makes us moving forward, generates a lot of information on how we can improve the conference and make sure that you benefit richly from what we're trying to put together. Of course, it's all for you in the supply chain, from the farm gate to the plate at the end of the day. Are you excited? I need some proof of life. Are you excited? Hey! Let me try one more time. It seems I'm the only one who's excited. Are you excited? No. All right, let's stand up a bit before I invite Filippo Amato so that I can set the tone for, yes, let's stand up a bit. And there is a drill I normally do very quickly just to wake you up, to make sure that you are a bit alive and nimble before we carry on. I want you to lift up your index finger like this. Where is your index finger? Good. So I want you now to cover your neighbor's hand so that we have one of you is lifting. also speak on behalf of Filippo Amato. A hearty welcome to the representative. A hearty welcome to the representative of Filippo Amato.
Good morning, everyone. It's obviously I'm not Filippo Amato. Myself, Devlin Busuru. I work with Filippo Amato in the trade section at the EU delegation to Kenya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. I will deliver Mr. Filippo Amato's speech today. I also would like to send regards from our ambassador, Ambassador Henrietta Geiger, the ambassador of EU to Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for this opportunity as the EU to join this second international conference on contract farming. I hope that this year's edition will build on the strong foundation that was laid last year in the inaugural conference and will be able to strengthen the local value chains. Under the CFTA, with the continent's 35 to 50 million smallholder farmers, I think this will provide livelihoods to millions of people in the continent, including our very own country, Kenya. It is in this context that the European Union has been a long-standing partner in creating stronger linkages between Europe and Africa. The EU is Kenya's second largest trading partner and first export destination. Actually, if you look at the trade balances between Kenya and EU, they're more or less at par. In the year 2024, the trade value between the two, EU and Kenya, reached 3.36 billion euros. If you look at the export that Kenya exported to EU, it's actually 1.4 billion euros. And we actually imported goods worth 1.96 billion euros. If you realize that it's almost at par. Through the EU-Kenya Economic Partnership Agreement, which was entered into force in July 2024, giving Kenya's exports duty-free and quota-free access to the European market is one practical step in enhancing market access for smallholders. The EU, through our different programs such as the Business Environment and Export Enhancement Program, BIP, which is being implemented by our partner Trademark Africa, and the Markup 2 program being implemented by our partner ITC, which is also a regional program, supports Kenya and East Africa in increasing and diversifying trade in select value chains such as avocado, mango, coffee, and horticulture, while also aiming at enhancing smallholder crop production through innovative approaches and improving access to sustainable agriculture inputs, technologies, and services. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that contract farming works best when it's built on genuine partnership where trust and quality are key. Through the EU-Kenya Partnership Agreement and our support programs that I've just mentioned, that is BIP and Markup 2, we aim at enhancing quality and creating lasting partnership in respective value chains. Ladies and gentlemen, in view of time, as EU, we are confident that the ideas, partnership, and commitments forged in this conference here in Nairobi will shape the future of agriculture in Kenya and in the continent. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for him. Thank you so much, Devlin. We really appreciate. And the resounding word that was play a symphony. And that's why it's very important that we come here and have all these linkages and partnerships. And in that spirit also, we want to appreciate our sponsors and partners, whom I'll be mentioning in dribs and drabs as we move forward. We want to appreciate the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and of course, the European Union as well, our key partner. We want to appreciate Cohen, we have Romani, we have Kenya Airways, and all of these partners, as I will be mentioning them as we proceed with the program, they have their exhibition booths in here. So make sure when you have a handy opportunity today, you visit some of these exhibition booths to get all that knowledge of what they're doing and broaden your understanding on how they operate. Thank you once more for those opening remarks on behalf of Filippo Amato, Head of Trade Section Delegation of the European Union to Kenya. Moving on swiftly, I want to appreciate also the presence of His Excellency, the Ambassador. This is Ambassador Demeke Adnafu Ambulo, the Deputy Head of Ethiopian Embassy in Kenya. It is my honor to introduce Demeke. His Excellency is a distinguished career diplomat with over 3 decades of experience in diplomacy and international relations. Ambassador Demeke has served Ethiopia with distinction in multiple capacities, including as Ethiopian Ambassador to India, a Consul General in Mumbai, and Minister Consular at Ethiopian Embassy in Washington, D.C., and also London. Back home, he has held key leadership roles such as Director General of Protocol Affairs, Director General for Diaspora Affairs, and Head of Capacity Building Office at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia. His extensive experience and deep commitment to advancing Ethiopia's international relations make him a respected voice in diplomacy. Please join me in warming, of course, this particular podium for him, and warmly welcome Ambassador Demeke Adnafu Ambulo. Your Excellency, welcome to the podium. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes. Do we say Denanesh or Dena? Dena. Denanesh is for the lady. Yes, Dena. Thank you so much.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at the outset express our sincere gratitude to Ms. Perisi Wanjiku and her entire team for inviting me to make an opening remark at this very important and a timely conference for Africa and that of Ethiopia. My remark will focus on market access opportunities for business and investment in agricultural sector in Ethiopia, including the contract farming. As you know very well, in Ethiopia, agriculture is a crucial sector and a backbone of Ethiopian economy, contributing 32.4% to GDP and employing approximately 75% of the workforce. It is also responsible for more than 80% of the nation's exports, making it a critical pillar for the economic growth. Currently, Ethiopia has 75 million hectares of land suitable for agriculture, of which over 4.3 million is suitable for irrigation. There are more than 500,000 of lands are ready and waiting for investment in agricultural sector, mainly in commercial farming, including the contract farming. Ethiopia is conducive investment destination for commercial and contract farming. It is endowed with a large land area, is the largest and the 27th in the world, with more than 75 million hectares of land suitable for agriculture, with diverse topography and 80 major and 49 sub-major agroecologic zones, which means if you invest in Ethiopia in agricultural sector, you can cultivate different kinds of crops. We have 18 major agroecologic zones and 49 agroecologic zones. Long rainy season, which is suitable for agriculture, fertile soil, and water availability. Ethiopia is known as the water tower of Africa. Huge land, water, fertile, agroecologic zones are areas which will make Ethiopia conducive for agricultural investment, including commercial and contract farming. Ethiopia is Africa's leading and first producer and exporter of coffee. Coffee is originated in Ethiopia, and the first producer and the largest producer of coffee and exporter of coffee in Africa, and the fifth largest in the world. Last year, we have exported more than 2.5 billion exports from coffee alone. Ethiopia is also the the largest producer of wheat in Africa. 3 years back, we are importing close to 1 billion worth of wheat. When we introduce, agricultural transformation measure, not only we stopped importing 1 billion wheat, now Ethiopia is today exporter of wheat. It is the first and the largest producer of wheat in Africa. The second largest is in export of, cut flour, and the leading position in the production of honey and beeswax. Ethiopia is known as land of liquid gold because of honey production. It is the 9th largest producer of sesame in Africa. Ethiopia primarily produces oil seeds such as Niger seeds, groundnuts, linseeds, soya beans, and extra. It is a significant producer of cereals, also oil seeds, which combined together had a value over 4.1 billion totally. So it produced different kinds of oil seeds and cereals because of diverse agroecologic zones. The government of Ethiopia had given due attention, priority in transforming agriculture. As a result of this agricultural transformative measure, the National Wheat Initiative, after I explained to you, we are importing yearly 1 billion worth of wheat. As because of this initiative, we not only stopped importing wheat, but we started exporting wheat. We have also cluster farming and mechanization. Bounty of baskets, the Green Legacy Initiative, digital agriculture are some of the measures which are being undertaken in Ethiopia in order to transform agriculture. Distinguished guests, when it coming to the contract farming is a system that links small holder and the large-scale farmers to buyers through pre-arranged agreements offering benefits like guaranteed markets and predictable incomes. While it provides access to credit, training, and technical advice, it is crucial for both parties, for the farmers and for the companies, to enter into well-defined, legally bind-sound contract to prevent issues like price volatility, market access challenge, and unfair practice. Because of this, white farmers and the credit, while ensuring companies a consistent supply of quality crops. Ethiopia enacted agricultural production contract proclamation to provide a legal framework for contract farming. The government is also committed to advancing contract farming, is working to safeguard farmers' interests. Distinguished participants, Ethiopia offers market conditions with population more than 130 million, the second largest in Africa. The second largest consumer market in Africa with more than 130 million population. We have a very resilient and sustained economy, where our economy for the last 3 years had registered an average annual growth of 8.1%, one of the fastest growing economy, not only in Africa, but in the world. Ethiopia offers lucrative market for business and investment of Africa. It is a source of hub for renewable energy. Today, Ethiopia is a country with surplus electricity. Our electricity is mainly from hydropower, more than 98%. As you know, we are exporting electricity to Djibouti, Sudan, Kenya, and Tanzania. We have already started exporting 200 megawatt to Kenya. Now we are negotiating to increase that to 400 megawatts. Electricity is one of the cheapest, not in the African standards, but in the world. The lowest utility rates, ranging from 0.3 to 0.4 USA cents per kilowatt, one of the lowest rates in the world. So what it means if you engage in agricultural production, any production, manufacturing and whatsoever agro-processing, it will reduce your operational costs. As electricity, as I mentioned, we are exporting to not only up to Tanzania using the Kenyan transmission line. We have a plan to export electricity up to Southern Africa and up to Northern Africa. In Ethiopia, there are 4 ready agro-industrial parks built by the government. When you want to engage in agro-process, there is no need to go here and there. Already the government had built modern agro-industrial parks using modern art of technology. What is expected is you can go, see, negotiate, lease up to 60 years, rent, and start processing. This further, the government of Ethiopia had taken multiple sectors, open multiple sectors for foreigners, including privatization, liberalization of key sectors like telecommunication. When we open up telecommunication 2 years, the first telecom company which entered to Ethiopian market is Safaricom. Safaricom in Ethiopia, operating in Ethiopia for the last 2 years, and it has now more than 10.5 million subscribers. Safaricom has introduced also M-Pesa into Ethiopia last year. It has more close to 4 million users of M-Pesa within 1 year. If you have Safaricom SIM card, if you go to Ethiopia, you don't need another one. It directly opens. So, telecommunication, when we open up, the first to enter the Ethiopian market is telecom. We have opened for the first time in the Ethiopian history, the banking and the financial sectors. You know, the Equity Bank and the KCB Bank had already a commercial representative office in Ethiopia for the last 3 years. They are waiting for the government to come up to open up this sector. Now we open up, and the Equity Bank and the both banks are now under the process to enter to Ethiopian markets. So if you go to Ethiopia to do either in agriculture or other sector, telecom is there, Safaricom, and the Indian banks, the Kenyan banks are going again the first to enter that markets. We have opened up the trade sector also, the import and exports. So when we see Ethiopia and Kenya, you don't need visa to go Ethiopia, Kenyan passport holders. If we want to go, there is a road. You can go either by Moyale, from Nairobi to Moyale, or Ethiopian Airlines from Mombasa to Addis, from Nairobi to Addis. We are well connected. Connectivity is very important. We have a special treaty in every sector with Kenya. A special border trade agreement we have signed. So we are looking for Kenyans, the conducive investment. We have already started, the African Continental Free Trade Area. The first where we started exporting under African Continental Free Trade Area last month was to Kenya, maize and millet, through the road, Moyale Road. So we are inviting all of you to come and invest in agriculture, in contract farming, and in agro-processing. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you very much for your kind.
Thank you, Ambassador Demeke, for those warm remarks. We truly appreciate. Connectivity is very key, and especially when we're talking about connecting every hub of Africa, every nook and cranny, we know storage can be also a big impediment when it comes to post-harvest. And having this produce, and we have smooth roads, we have good networking, you can also have the interface of technology using your smart farm devices. That will be very key. He's just mentioned about the dam, the Grand Renaissance Dam. We know it was opened in September, I think around the 4th of September. It has been in the making since 2011. And it is now the greatest hydroelectric dam that we do have in Africa, with, just as I mentioned, around 6,540 megawatts. So we are benefiting exceedingly from that rich resource that is in Ethiopia, all the way from the River Nile going to Egypt as well. So we are also grateful for this cooperation between Kenya and Ethiopia. And just as you mentioned, Balozi, Ambassador, We know, you've mentioned the smallholder who can become a global supplier, very key, that everyone gets to benefit once we put our hands together. And a fair contract, as we mentioned earlier, is the seed. Shared prosperity is the harvest. Fairness along the supply chain. Thank you so very much. We want to proceed swiftly with the program right now, and we were expecting the Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia here in Nairobi, Kenya, but we're given to understand they will be coming tomorrow, so we'll get to hear from them tomorrow as well. And I know also His Excellency Dr. Irungu Kang'ata should be here any moment. We'll just get information of his whereabouts. But in the meantime, we want to invite over to the podium. This is Christine Cesaro. She's just right ahead of me. Before she comes, ladies and gentlemen, let me try and introduce her officially. She's the acting director of the Horticultural Crops Directorate, HCD, at the Kenya Agriculture and Food Authority. A seasoned leader in Kenya's horticultural sector, Christina has overseen major regulatory strides, including international quality certification and system-based export standards to expand Kenya's fresh produce footprint globally. Her commitment to sustainability, farmer partnership, and rigorous quality assurance has made her a driving force in transforming Kenya's horticultural industry. Please, why don't you put your hands together and make me welcome Christine Cesaro, and she'll have also the honor of introducing to us the representative from our PSs to just give also their keynote address. Thank you very much and good to see you. Yellow is for brightness. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As you have heard, I'm Christine Cesaro. I'm the director at Horticultural Crops Directorate. I was acting for quite a long time, but gladly at some point they may have gotten convinced that I was trying to do a good job, and I got confirmed. I am glad to be here. I am representing the Director General, Dr. Bruno, who was not able to be here with us because he was attending another function this morning in this town. But this is a topic that is close to what I do on a day-to-day basis, so I'm within a comfortable space talking about farming and contract farming for that matter. I think we cannot, as Ambassador has said, we cannot overemphasize the importance of the agriculture sector for our countries, for Kenya, and of course for Ethiopia, and even for Africa as a region. For us as a country, we know over 70% of the population is rural and practice some sort of farming. They may not be necessarily be large-scale farming, but most of them do not. Everyone in the rural areas will have to do some farming somehow. For food and nutrition security, of course, it's also a source of income. It's a source of employment, especially in the rural areas, I mean, and even in urban centers, because we have also agro-processing. It's a source of raw material for agro-processors who are mainly within the cities. It also promotes trade. There's a lot of trade that happens on agriculture. I mean, if you're driving on the roads, you would not go too many kilometers before you find a market where trade is happening, and mainly the commodity is food. So for us, it's really the backbone. And all of us today, we had to eat something. Lunchtime we'll be eating, evening we'll be eating. So that just underscores the importance of agriculture for us as a country and as a people. As I mentioned, most of our farmers are large-scale farmers. Speaking a lot from the horticulture sector where I am, over 70% of the farmers that, especially within the horticulture sector, which I know reflects what happens in largely in all sectors within the agriculture space, over 70% are actually small-scale farmers. Majority have small farms, while you have 20 to 30% doing large-scale farming. Most of the small-scale farmers produce for the local market. In horticulture, we export only 5% of what we produce. 95% is consumed locally, and most of that 95% is produced within the small-scale farms. The 5% is still within the small-scale farms and also from large farms. But you would find that mostly for what goes to the local market, it may not be contracted, but most of what goes to the international market is contracted. I keep saying for those, for the exports, we do about 136 billion Kenya shillings annually in exports for horticulture produce, that is fruits, flowers, and vegetables. And I keep saying that for the international markets, they need the volumes, they need the consistency, and they need quality. Volumes, consistency, quality. And for that to happen, it works well within the space of contract farming, because you want a trader or an exporter wants an assured supply. And that's the point where they enter into contract farming with farmers so that they have an assured supply for their produce. It is also within the framework of a contract farming that you're able to take care of the quality, to get the quality and the consistency in quality that is required in the international market. Because these markets are very sensitive to quality and food safety, and that has to be maintained, and that can only be achieved within the framework of contract farming so that you're able to control how the production is being done at farm level. And of course, you also want the consistency in volumes. And a trader, an exporter wants to be able to predict how much they can give, let's say, every week, every month, or every quarter, or it has to be consistent. And so you would find that most of the farmers who supply for export farming are the ones who have gone into contract farming. Some of the benefits of contract farming, of course, is fostering meaningful partnership between producers and buyers that enable technical support, which promote best practices and technologies for meeting the evolving market demands, certification, global trade standards, trade regulations, and of course improves market access. The other advantages also include the access to financing and credit, because if you walk to any bank, they want to know that you have an assured buyer of your product for the bank to be convinced to give you credit, because they know that you're going to make money. Of course, it also guarantees price and stability, because part of what should be in that contract is the price. I am going to supply you with this product and you're going to pay me this much, which is very much advantageous compared to what is not contracted. If you go to the local market, if you're buying, let's say mangoes, for example, you can negotiate. Of course, Kenyans always negotiate. Even if they are able, you go, you ask a farmer, how much are you selling this mango? They say 15 shillings, and you say, I only have 5. Even when we can afford. So the farmer doesn't get an assured price, because they have to factor in the fact that when they go to the market, somehow the price is very fluid, also depending on the supply and demand dynamics at any given time. But with contract farming, you enter into contract farming, you know, for a kilo of mango, for a kilo of avocado, this is what you're going to pay me, and that really makes economic sense for farmers. farmers. Of course, it also now secures supply for those especially who are in serious business, whether they're in agro-processing or they are in export. They have an assured supply because they have a farmer base that is contracted to them that can supply consistency. The issues of traceability are also key for us. And that also happens again within just the framework of contract farming, because we encourage horticulture exporters especially that you can only export what you're able to trace, right from the farm to the market, because of quality issues and all that. So we find that easy to achieve under the framework of contract farming. We, however, know that we still have challenges in contract farming, and some of these challenges include the low capacity in developing binding and secure contracts. And most of the time, the people who are disadvantaged are the farmers. Every other week, I can say, almost every other week, we receive conflicts, because from time to time we arbitrate between, let's say, a buyer and a farmer. We receive complaints and conflicts it is always about some contract. And you will always find that we haven't quite perfected that art of developing contracts that are binding and that are mutually beneficial to the farmer and to the buyer. But usually the person who is disadvantaged is usually the farmer. They don't read in between the prints. And of course, these contracts they are drafted by lawyers. Apologies to any lawyers in the house. So there are certain prints that the farmer is not aware, certain things that the farmer may not be aware that may work against the farmer. So when something goes wrong, you find the farmer is the one who is most of the time at a loss. And those are some of the things that we need to look into moving forward, because we really need to create an ecosystem that is supportive both to the farmer and, of course, to the trader. There are instances, again, where you have complete failure to honor contracts from both sides, where a farmer is contracted to a buyer and the buyer turns up one day and says, I don't have where to take your produce, I'm not able to buy from you, you can sell it to anyone, and the farmer has to struggle to try and find a buyer. The vice versa always also happens, where the contractor can even finance a crop, but somewhere down the line, the farmer finds a better buyer with a better price, and then, of course, gives out that product, and you have conflict. We have issues of crop failure, either whether to drought, pests, disease, which always now bring in conflict when it comes to managing that contract, where the farmer, for reasons that are beyond their control, are not able to deliver what they said they would deliver. And those are some of the things that we face from time to time. And we hope that with time we're able to refine how we undertake contract farming that safeguards both the farmer and the buyer. There is also the risk of a limited market. When this buyer doesn't come to pick your product, you're stuck with your product. And I know places that people are averse to certain crops because they say we cannot eat. There are certain crops that, let's say avocado. There are people who say, I don't crop avocado because if nobody comes to buy, I will not eat avocado for like food, you know. So because they are worried that someone might not, they may commit to say, we'll come and pick your avocado, and they may not come and pick it, and I get stuck with produce that I don't know where to take. And so, having said this, this conference then comes at a time that is a timely conference for those of us in the farming community, and I'm hoping that at the end of it we will have rich discussions that will enable us to strengthen the contract farming ecosystem, so that for the benefit of both our farmers, our traders, and our country. And right now, I'm not too sure whether my colleague from the ministry is in the house. Ministry of Agriculture? I believe not. And so I will just call upon our MC to come and continue the program, but it's a pleasure having been in this meeting, and I look forward to the discussions around contract farming. Thank you.
A good round of applause for her. Thank you so much, Christine. A good round of applause for her. Christine, even I was just hearing and keeping my ears out to your remarks. Quality stands out. And remember, just also a few weeks ago, we had the Avocado Society of Kenya decrying, the ban of avocado via the sea. This was primarily because of quality. We haven't harvested so much, and quality is premium. Some of our products, they've been flagged, especially in the European market, because of the way we've managed it from the farms, the logistics aspect of it, until to now the market. Some heavy sentiments also of pesticides that are flagged, and they've gone way beyond the threshold that is put out there by these international markets. Which brings me also back to my training as a procurement specialist. I remember and it's very key for any farmer who is here, especially when we are contracting, because it is you and the buyer at the end of the day. Of the 5 rights of procurement, that you have passed the right time, you have to deliver on time, as it has been stipulated on the contract. You have to also have a right relationship. They are going beyond the nuances that we had. We had the right time, right quantity, right quality, right price, and the right place. Where is the source? Yeah, sometimes even the market players, the buyer will want to come and see, where is your source? Do you have a good international, of course, market practice? Is child labor involved in your farming practices before we give you a contract? Are you observing this? What about sustainability? So quality is very premium. Beside just the right time, right price, right place, right quantity, right quality, at the end of the day also takes it. And of course, in this epoch of time that we're living in, quality of relationship is very key. Quality of communication, it's adding new nuances to the right quality. Quality of the process. And also quality of the brand itself, because it wouldn't want to be associated with people who may be doing unconventional way of doing business at the end of the day. So one side of the value chain will affect the other, and we have all these concentric circles that sometimes will affect the entire product. Very key. So thank you so much. We really do appreciate that. We eagerly expect to hear from the State Department of Trade. I think we're expecting also a representative there to come and speak on behalf of Regina Obam, and also Dr. Kiprono Rono, Principal Secretary, State Department for Agriculture. And I know they will be able to tell us in due time where they are. Still, we have tomorrow as well, so we'll get to give you information about this. So we're looking forward to a very good engagement. Just a moment. I can see I'm being queued here. Thank you. So, on behalf of Paul Kiprono Rono, the Principal Secretary of State Department for Agriculture, will get the representative much later. But Regina Akoth Obam, Principal Secretary, State Department of Trade. We have Isaac Wangosho, who is the Assistant Director, and we want to extend the mic to Isaac Wangosho. Isaac, you here? Please. Karibu sana. Give him a round of applause.
man when I'm calling out each side. Good to see you.
Thank you.
The chairperson, organizing committee, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Isaac Wangosho. I'm representing the PS, Ms. Regina Umbam, the PS State Department for Trade. She would have wished to be with us today in this event, but unfortunately, due to commitments, official duties, she is attending to other official functions. Please, I want to register her apologies for this event. So allow me to read the PS keynote address. It is a great honor to join you at this important gathering, International Conference on Contract Farming 2025, convened under the theme, Exploring Market Opportunities in Contract Farming, Understanding Market Demands, and Creating Linkages. This theme is particularly relevant for us in Kenya, as we seek to strengthen the linkage between agriculture, trade, and industry. In line with our national priorities under Kenya's Vision 2030, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the regional economic integration under EAC, COMESA, and Africa Continental Free Trade Area framework. Allow me to share with you some insights touching briefly on 5 key areas, namely trade policy as an enabler of agricultural market development, facilitating investment for inclusive growth, integrating SMEs into agricultural value chains, expanding domestic and export markets, and policy alignment and regional integration. Ladies and gentlemen, trade policy is not just about exports and tariffs, it's about creating opportunities. Kenya's national trade policy, currently under review, and the emerging agri-trade development strategy are designed to connect farmers and agribusiness to profitable markets. By promoting market transparency, harmonizing standards, and efficient value chains, we are ensuring that production responds to market signals so that our farmers grow what the market demands when it is needed and at competitive prices. This alignment between production and trade is the foundation of successful contract farming and sustainable agricultural transformation. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a vibrant agricultural sector requires strong investment. Our government's efforts in facilitating investment for inclusive growth is therefore not an option, but an informed policy decision. Through the Kenya Investment Promotion Act of 2023, the government has streamlined procedures to attract both domestic and foreign investment in agro-processing, logistics, and rural infrastructure. We are expanding agro-industrial and export processing zones, promoting public-private partnerships for storage and irrigation, and supporting digital tools for contract management and traceability. These investments reduce transaction costs, create jobs for our youth and women, and enhance Kenya's competitiveness in the regional and global markets. Ladies and gentlemen, we are alive to the need for ensuring the integration of SMEs into the agricultural value chains. The SMEs are the backbone of Kenya's economy, contributing over 80% of our employment. Our goal, therefore, is to fully integrate SMEs into the agricultural value chains through contract farming. The government is supporting SMEs with access to finance through the Credit Guarantee Scheme, Agriculture Finance Corporation, and the recently launched Financial Inclusion Fund, among others. We are also enhancing product quality, branding, and market access through our semi-autonomous government agencies, such as Kenya Export Promotion Branding Agency, the Kenya National Multi-Commodities Exchange Limited, popularly known as COMEX, Warehouse Receipt System Council, and Can Invest, among others. By building these linkages, SMEs become vital connectors between smallholder farmers and large buyers, both locally and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of ensuring market for our products may not be overemphasized. Considering that contract farming has already proven successful in Kenya, particularly in tea, sugarcane, dairy, and horticulture, we are now expanding this model to emerging value chains like avocados, macadamia, spices, and pulses, where demand is growing rapidly. Domestically, contract farming strengthens supply chains for processors, hotels, and retailers, ensuring consistent quality and reducing imports. Internationally, it helps Kenya's producers meet export standards, access lucrative markets in the European Union, the Middle East, and Asia. By harmonizing standards and contract frameworks under EAC, COMESA, and ACFTA, we are creating a predictable trading environment that supports long-term buyer-producer relationships. Distinguished guests, allow me to reiterate the essence of our efforts to ensure policy alignment, regional integration, for agriculture and trade to grow hand in hand. Our policies must be coherent. In the review that we are currently undertaking, we are aligning the national trade policy, the agriculture sector transformation and growth strategy, and the ACFTA implementation strategy to ensure that incentives, regulations, and trade facilitation measures work together. Through these alignments, Kenya is well positioned to tap into the $1.4 trillion USD African market, expand exports, strengthen our farmers' participation in regional and global value chains. In conclusion, contract farming is more than a production system. It's a partnership for shared prosperity. It connects our farmers to stable markets, our SMEs to investments, and our country to new trade opportunities. Through sound trade policy, investment facilitation, and SME integration, Kenya is building an inclusive and dynamic agri-market ecosystem, one that empowers farmers, attracts investors, and enhances competitiveness. Indeed, this conference is poised to be a transformative platform for stakeholders across the agricultural value chain, focused on expanding domestic and international market access for Kenyan farmers through contract farming. As we look ahead, let us work together, governments, private sector, farmers, development partners, to unlock the full potential of contract farming for Kenya's sustainable and inclusive growth. Thank you and God bless you. From PS State Department for Trade.
Thank you. A round of applause for Isaac Wagosho, who is representing the PS, that is Regina Kopp-Ombam from the State Department of Trade. And just as you've rightly said, this conference is poised and postured to be a platform for stakeholders, transformative platform stakeholders. And we know when farmers know their buyers, when they know their markets, when they know their supply chain, they can plan their future. So contract farming turns that uncertainty, as I've mentioned before, into opportunity by linking this farmer directly to the markets they desire. And there are many permutations in between that we will be learning from in our next session. Just a tender reminder, of course, that Dr. Paul Kiprono, Rono, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department for Agriculture, he will be joining us much later. He's held in a meeting, so once that is done, he will also add to the gaiety of the occasion much later in the course of the day. Thank you so much for those opening remarks, rich stream of information that we've gathered this morning, setting the tone for the conference. And we want now to just take this opportunity for a health break, and you can do that in the minimal time possible, since also we're trying to redeem time that we lost about half an hour, and we are really running late. We will request that if you could do that in the next half an hour, so that you can just have your health break. If you also visiting the exhibition booths as well, please make sure you stop by each and every exhibition booth that is there, also to see what our partners have for you, who we are working in solidarity with in this particular conference. So I want to take this opportunity to just give you this moment for the tea break. And at around, it's now 5 minutes to 11. By 11:30 on the nose, if we could be here, that will be a wonderful thing that you'll have done. Thank you so very much for being amazingly patient. I look forward to hearing from most of you, especially through the panel discussion, where we shall be looking at market access and buyer connection, right? How then do we connect the two together? And this will be carried on by Elizabeth Mweni Kio Nzioka, Food Security, Climate Justice, and Trade Policy Specialist. We look forward to this particular, to hearing what will be coming from this particular session, which is on the other side of the break. For now, we take this particular moment to ask you, you may proceed for the health break. DJ. So make sure you make some good network spread around, exchange your cards, take good contacts. I can see also Anthony Mwangi is with us as well, the former CEO of CAM. So we'll also get to engage with him much later as well. Thank you so very much. May we take that health break right now.
One, two, three.
and we look forward to even more partnerships in the future. To the National Conference on Contract Farming and each and every stakeholder that attended this conference, we are very grateful because you have started a conversation that was long overdue. We are honored to have partnered with you, and we look forward to even more partnerships in the future. Stakeholders who have supported the International Conference on Contract Farming and each and every stakeholder that attended this conference, we are very grateful because you have started a conversation that was long overdue. We are honored to have partnered with you, and we look forward to even more partnerships in the future. To the key stakeholders who have supported the International Conference on Contract Farming and each and every stakeholder that attended this conference, we are very grateful because you have started a conversation that was long overdue. We are honored to have partnered with you, and we look forward to even more partnerships in the future. To the key stakeholders who have supported the International Conference on Contract Farming and each and every stakeholder that attended this conference, we are very grateful because you have started a conversation that was long overdue. We are honored to have partnered with you, and we look forward to even more partnerships in the future. We are very grateful because you have started a conversation that was long overdue. We are honored to have partnered with you, and we look forward to even more partnerships in the future. To the key stakeholders who have supported the International Conference on Contract Farming and each and every stakeholder that attended this conference, started a conversation that was long overdue. We are honored to have partnered with you, and we look forward to even more partnerships in the future.
Hello guys, can I have your ears for a few minutes? We have a side event happening currently at for Cereal Growers Association. There's a deal happening now. Please, we can go and contribute or even.
To the key stakeholders who have supported the International Conference on Contract Farming and each and every stakeholder that attended this conference, we are very grateful because you have started a conversation that was long overdue. We are honored to have partnered with you, and we look forward to even more partnerships.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 11:30. If you may kindly walk back to the plenary so that we may embark on the panel discussion. And also, I want to remind you that, and I know that has been announced here, just as a tender reminder that we have a side event. This is the CGA, the Cereals Growers Association, who are also having a session looking into sharing practical experience on contract farming and its potential for improving farmers' livelihoods. That is on the third floor. If you may just trip up your stairs, walk out from this particular conference room. As you exit, you take your left. So you'll see a signage there that will lead you to that particular room. But in the meantime, we want to welcome you back in the plenary. And if you elect to go to the side event, which is the Cereals Growers Association, that is happening on the third floor, you can actually take your stairs there. And on my left, you'll be guided. So here, they are focusing on sharing practical experience on contract farming and its potential for improving farmers' livelihoods. So, just in brief, the Cereal Growers Association, together with its partners, of course, will be coordinating this side forum to share case studies, practical experience, and recommendations on contract farming. That is happening now. So if you may just walk up there, you'll find all that continuing apace. And here, we want now to focus on market access and buyer connections. This is where we'll have a panel discussion. And this session brings together key trade and agriculture stakeholders to discuss actionable pathways for expanding market access and strengthening buyer-seller linkages across agricultural value chains. The discussion will highlight how government policies, bilateral trade relations, and buyer-driven standards can work in tandem to unlock new market opportunities. So we welcome you back, and I want just to take this opportunity to hand it over to the moderator. They'll be focusing on understanding buyer expectations and compliance requirements for local and export markets, leveraging bilateral and multilateral trade agreements to boost agricultural exports, strengthening value chain linkages between producers, intermediaries, and buyers, enhancing market access through standardization, certification, and producer aggregation models, also role, trade, policy, and regulatory alignment in enabling access to premium markets. So I'll leave it for the moderator, Elizabeth Mweni Kio Nzioka, who is a food security, climate justice, and trade policy specialist. She'll come here and introduce her
A panel, and I'm hoping that all our panelists are here because I didn't meet most of them, but we can have the representative of the EU. I know he's here. I saw him in the morning, so you're welcome. Please come on stage. If you know you're a member of this panel, please join us on stage. Let me see how many I have. Karibu. Then what I'll do is I'll request you to introduce yourselves because I didn't have the privilege of meeting all of you before this. Let's get closer. Is it only two? Okay, I'll do this. The Department of Agriculture? State Department of Agriculture? No. The Trade Advisor, Agrotech, French Embassy? I thought I saw somebody this morning. And then we have International Trade Manager for the Israel Embassy. Oh, thank you, Karibu. And then we have Dr. Kiplimo Arap Lagat. This one is from the county of Nandi. Are you with us? And then we have the County Executive Committee member of Agriculture and Trade from the county of Moranga. This is going to be very tricky if we don't have a local, national representation here because we have questions for our national governments. Okay, let's see. We will have to have an outsider opinion of our market access preparedness. And I hope that the rest of the panelists will be able to make it here in time to respond to some of the questions. So I'll start with the panelists and I'll request them to introduce themselves, starting with the gentleman.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible, right? Can you confirm if I'm audible? Thank you. So my name is Devlin Busuru. I work for the European Union delegation to Kenya as a trade advisor. So in a nutshell, what we do, we try to foster market access for Kenyan products to get into the EU market and vice versa. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning once again. My name is Pauline Arunga. I work as the trade manager at the Embassy of Israel. I cover Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, and Seychelles. A huge scope, right? But today we are going to focus on Kenya and market accessibility for contract farmers. Thank you for having me.
Yes, welcome. And we have the third panelist who's accepted to join us, though she's also going to join us in the standards discussion. Jane, can you introduce yourself, please?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jane Musindi. I work in the agriculture space. I'm part of an organization called ASNET, the Agriculture Sector Network. I belong to ASNET through the Society of Crop Agribusiness Advisors of Kenya, SOCA, who are private sector extension providers, and I'm happy to be here.
Karibu. Thank you, Jane, for joining us. I know I ambushed you, but from my interactions with you, I thought you will enrich this panel. Okay, so we will start with our first question, which I am going to request Mr. Busuru to let us know, what do today's buyers really want? And where are our farmers missing it? Where are we missing the mark as farmers? I say so because I'm also a farmer.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to try and respond to it to the best of my knowledge because one, I'm not a farmer myself. Two, I've never traded myself, but I've always been in the trade policy space. But having said that, I believe from what we've been seeing as we try to foster market access for our product under the guise of the EU-Kenya Economic Partnership Agreement, and from what we've been getting from, the market from the EU, the 27, one, I'll say that, you look at the EU consumer, they look at the quality first, right? So they are more interested in having products that first meet the quality. Secondly, within the purview of the quality, they are looking at how is the process of this product, how did you come to end up to produce this product, in the sense that did you embrace responsible business production. So we look at did you adhere to human rights, are you paying your workers well? You had cases in the tea farms and other sectors. Are you taking care of the environment as you produce in terms of air pollution and all others? And then of course, they look at the packaging. Of course, the people in the branding sector, they can tell you more about this because packaging talks more and a lot about the product. So how is it packaged? Is it adhering to the standard, the required standards that are there in place? For example, in the EU market, are you meeting the kind of standard? If you are going to the US market, are you meeting those kind of standards? So in a nutshell, I say that that's what the buyer is more oriented to, and what you are doing as EU, so allow me to blow our own. What you are trying to do in this space, we have some programs that are helping from, the demand side and also the supply side that can ensure that along these facets, the product has to meet some of these demands that are coming from the buyer. So we are doing trainings for the farmers, we are supporting in packaging. If you look at one of our program, one of the value chain and a markup 2 program, which is a regional program, one of the value chain is packaging. So we want to ensure that the products are packaged well to meet, the demand and the expectation of the EU buyer. And we have other programs also that are looking at responsible business activities or production, so that we embrace circularity. So allow me to just pause at that point. I'll expound more as we progress with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I know you thought it was an ambush when I asked you a question about the farmers, but I combined it. It was a combination with the next question, which would have been, how can we tap into that EU market? And I think you have spoken to it in the process. So we'll go to and of course, I'm hoping that the participants will have some follow-up questions to that, because I would be keen to know where that technical assistance is for the farmers and which farmers are those, in case we want also to link to the program that you've mentioned. Okay, now the next question, the value chain links. What's the key to stronger, more transparent connections between producers, intermediaries, and buyers? This question, I would like Jane, if you can try and address it for us.
Again?
What the key to stronger, more transparent connections between producers, intermediaries, and buyers? How can they connect better?
I'll start by saying, right now the distance and the visibility between the buyer and the consumer is very wide. So therefore, there has to be something that a buyer will look at and gain confidence that whatever they are buying will fit what they want, how they want it, has been produced sustainably, and it will be consistently available. And the only way that can happen is if we all embraced a universal standard that everybody understands. For example, if I went to a market in the EU, I'm from Africa, and I saw an ISO certified product, I know immediately that at least something has gone into this to protect my health, to protect the environment, and to protect, the community that has produced this product. Without it, I will not know what that is. So we need to embrace standards as a tool of trade. I know some of us think it's a barrier, but mostly it's a tool of trade because it gives information that somebody face-to-face is not able to give that information. That is one. Number two, there has to be integrity in the whole system because at some point, when you comply to a standard, when they come to audit, they're only doing a spot check. But if we then continue practicing what these standards tell us, it gives the system a bit more integrity to show that we will be able to consistently provide whatever is available on the market. I think that's what I would say about it.
Now that you have talked about standards, can I link it with the standard question, which is, are our current standards and trade policies helping us or holding us back from accessing markets?
I think the problem is not the standards themselves. It is the implementation of these standards and the implementation of the policies. Kenya has one of the strongest policy environment and standard environment in the market. If you ask people from Global Gap, for example, we have the highest number of certifications, I think. But we still get a problem in the market due to interceptions, which means the compliance itself is not a problem. It is the
practice,
implementation of it. So for example, we keep talking about international trade, but within our local trade, within ourselves, there is nothing that is telling us that we need to be there needs to be integrity in the system. So therefore, we look at the international market as something up there that people need to comply to up there. Yet it needs to start at the most basic level.
Okay.
That is what we don't understand.
Okay.
So coordination of it, and it goes into the whole system, individually, the government, everyone. So we don't know that for us to trade properly, we need to actually have steps within the domestic area.
What we'll do, we'll take up that conversation in our next session, which is going to look at standards and certification, because the practicality of it, like you're saying, is where the bottleneck is. And we want to come out of this session with answers to how do we actualize the need to meet the standards and certification requirements that are expected of us as farmers. Now, I will come back to Pauline. Maybe you can also help us in answering this question, because it's about foreign markets.
Yeah.
How can we better tap into trade agreements like the African, is it the African Convention on Free Trade Agreements, and the EU market, the Israeli market? How can we better tap into those markets?
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. So we have these trade policies that are coming up to promote international trade. So for example, the African Free Trade Area, we can tap into that because the challenge we have in the market is mostly fragmentation of the farmers, or let me call them small-scale holders. So if we are able to bring the small-scale holders together with a similar regulatory framework in the African Free Trade Area Continental Agreement, so we have like sort of similar regulations. I think my colleague has said Kenya has one of the best frameworks. So if we can have like an African framework, so we have similar export standards, it's way far-fetched, but it would work for us so that everybody can easily get into the market. Because when you're looking at most of my buyers, I'm talking about mostly Israelis, and you see Israel is a very small country. So whatever they buy from the market, they don't consume it. Most of them, they sell to the EU. So it's all interconnected. So if we come together, we aggregate, we maybe have common places or common countries where we can do the aggregation, we do training for the smallholder farmers or the large farmers. We have a way of just working together as a continent. The market is ready. The problem is just consistency and quality of the produce. So, and once that is done, then we can be able to open up the international trade for all the farmers.
Thank you. Now, this goes to all of you. What's one quick win we can achieve in the next 1 year to make our markets more accessible to our local producers? One quick win.
Okay, for me, I'd say consistency and quality, because what we can do to quickly win is the buyers are looking for quality produce throughout the year. So if there's a way we can tap into consistency, then the market is ready. So how we can tap into consistency is by having these small hubs and maybe capacity building. I like how the EU is already training people on these regulatory standards, maybe how to do their farming, just to make sure there is consistency throughout the year, then that would be good.
Thank you.
I would say the step before us would be investing in aggregation. We need to organize all these small groups of farmers into manageable groups, because training will be more effective and cheaper. Input provision will be more, it will be cheaper as well. And consistency will be achieved because you can manage production in a wider area, not small groups. So that, we need to invest in aggregation. That is the basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So lastly, so myself, I say, I know it's gonna take more than 1 year. This is also what, from where we sit, we've noticed, and we are pushing something or championing something we are calling closing the connectivity gap. So you look at one of our global project, the Global Gateway, and by extension investment hub for the EU. We are looking at how do we close the connectivity gap in all facets of trade. Look at either infrastructure, building cold chain facilities that are shared for communal, because not everyone will be able to afford the same. Coming up with a shared facility like reefer trucks, to be able to sparse and take advantage of whatever we have in terms of market access. But having said that, I just wanted to mention something, a rejoinder to one of the questions you spoke about on standards, and I can see some of the colleagues we engage with from KEFIS. I'll say that as a country, and I'm taking example of Kenya, we have done a lot, and we have by far made huge steps in terms of standards. And I say that they are really helping us. Just a month ago, as Team EU, we did an audit in some of the processes and standards we have for FCM. If you've been reading the newspaper, and I know the previous MC said before that some of the products are being flagged off in the EU market. So when we came to do this audit, we realized that as we are doing the systems approach audit, we realized that Kenya has taken an extra step to the required bare minimum requirement of that process. So what does it mean? That we are putting ourselves a higher mark, that even if we miss that higher mark, we are still within the required standards. So it means that our products will be able to access this market that has already been opened for us. And I'll say that if each and every country, and of course pegging on global standards and certification, if you're able to do this going an extra mile, then we'll have no one to stop us to access these markets. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I throw the rest to the floor? I can have 2 or 3 more questions from the floor to the panelists. Thank you. Who will help me with the mic here? Got one hand there. can we take the three? 2 hands. And the third person? Okay, let's deal with that one as we wait.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, my name is Mr. Rekaki. I'm actually a peasant farmer.
Okay, you're not clear.
Yes, my name is Rekaki. I'm a peasant farmer whereby I normally deal with a bit of coffee, horticulture. At the moment, I am trying to venture into what we call mushroom farming. Yes, my concern is when it comes to contract farming, as I understand it, more so if it is something to do with export. I know like now there is what you call the stringent measures, more so within the EU market and even US. Now, my concern here is, okay, with this one under ESGs, they're supposed to have what you call the ESGs. There's also so many other standards. Whereby I tend to feel this one is actually, in case you possibly even you go under this contract farming, it will actually, have a very, it's a very high cost. It can high cost as far as the small farmers are concerned. So my question is, when it comes to scaling up or leveraging on technology, also to do with blockchains, I believe this aspect of traceability, leverage on this can actually scale down this cost. So I don't know, maybe possibly at the EU, because of all these stringent measures that is for maintaining standards, definitely it goes with a cost. That is one. So I don't know how possibly you can use blockchains and all that for traceability without enhancing all that exorbitant cost. Secondly, when you undergo what you call contract, expect it's 2 ways. Whereby if you default, like possibly I'm a farmer, I'm venturing in the contract farming, if by any chance I do side selling, definitely there are penalties for me as a seller. But I also feel the same should also happen to the buyer. If possibly there is contravention in terms of payment, as well. So, in case of anything, when you're scaling or coming up with those kind of contracts, those kind of clauses, expect I try to feel they should be there. The last step, but not the risk. Issue to do with climate resilience. But I try to feel most of this part of global south, the nature of climate is actually an issue. Now definitely it also impacts on farming. I don't know how may possibly this can be factored for those types of losses, because if you set a given price, now those vagaries of nature sets in, will you still maintain the initial price, or will you still factor the risk factor? And one way or the other, when coming with what you call insurance policy, there is a way out you can cater for those issues that normally happen, those natural calamities, like I'm talking of things to do with floods, or any other kind of, natural issue that will actually impact on the farmer in terms of insurance, contract itself. Because when you undergo contract, you work with the initial. So is there a way you can adjust, review in case of any calamities and all kind of stuff? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good question. Looking at the interest of the farmer in the contract, in the agreement, who is looking out for them? It says farmers, some of them don't even have the time to go through that document. But who's looking out for their interests? Someone who would like to take, or let's take the second question and then we can have responses. There was another hand.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. I think mine was more onto just an addition to what was spoken in terms of the quick wins. As a farmer myself, I feel like an area that can really fast track my progress would be predictability. Predictability in terms of what the market expects in terms of what I'm producing, how and when this product is expected to hit the market from the farm. And as well, where regionally, you know, I'm picking off the example of the Ethiopian ambassador who spoke about climatic zones and productive zones within their country. And I wanted to understand, maybe as a region, do we have that kind of outlook? Are we able as farmers, say for example, coming from the Limuru area, able to take advantage of export opportunities that exist from crops that do well within my region? So predictability is something that I would consider a small win in the interim, at least allowing me to be able to produce better produce that can be able to have quicker access to market. As it stands right now, we work on word of mouth. This product is doing well, so we rush in to do this product. But what happens is you end up being an isolated farmer among many other farmers who are trying to access the same market, dealing with a lot of middlemen and brokers. So that's a big issue that we are facing. And then lastly, I think I just wanted to understand from the representative of the EU how best to take advantage of the support programs that you have, be it the training, even any funding opportunities that may exist. Where I come from, again, as farmers in my generation, we are coming together trying to see, can we actually create a productive block that is servicing the market? And one of the things that we are encountering is that there are some challenges that we can address as a collective, but might need some funding. Things like shared resources, like you talked about, the refrigerated trucks, aggregation stations. So trying to understand, where does the EU farmer support come in that process? Thank you.
Thank you. Very valid questions. We had another hand here. And then we can respond to those ones.
Hi there. I work for One Acre Fund, and we are trying to encourage our farmer to grow crops for exports to make more income. But one consistent barrier we had was irrigation, especially for smallholder farmer. So a lot of the cash crop that you want to grow requires a consistent watering and not just rely on rain-fed. So when we try to get our farmer to grow that, we found that without irrigation, it's very hard for them to grow for that consistency and quality that European market is looking for. So how should we think about this for especially smallholder farmers?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Irrigation, pet subjects, my pet subjects. I think there's a need to do something about that one. Okay, I give it back to the panelists. You can respond according to what you think is relevant.
Maybe I go first. What I didn't mention in my introduction, I actually run an export company as well, which also supplies product into the domestic market. So I'll try my best to touch on the farmer interests. High cost of compliance, I think we've tried to tackle it in a way where the company shares the cost with the farmer. For example, on the trainings and on all the testings, analysis that are required, because at the end of the day, compliance means somebody must check that what you're saying is actually what you're implementing. And that can only be done through verifying the quality, safety of the product that you're putting on the market. So we try and share the cost with the farmer so that it is not too high to the farmer. However, we cannot do tests for 50,000 farmers. Those are 50,000 tests. And there's no way the labs are going to reduce my costs, regardless of how many analysis I do with them for the year. So we try and bulk the farmers into groups so that we do one indicator test per area, which also helps us, which comes back to what my colleague there has mentioned about being an only farmer in an area producing a particular crop. I would advise that you first look at the market before you decide what crop to grow. Not just that this crop grows well in this area. You first you ask yourself, after I grow it, what will I do with it? If you need the market to come to you, you cannot be the only one. You have to get a few neighbors also interested so that you benefit from the economies of scale. On predictability, if I can go back to how we run the export business, you will get your orders from your customers and then now look for how this product is going to come through. So you will get the orders, aggregate the orders from wherever, and do an analysis of everything you need. How many farmers, where, how will this be transported to you? What else do you need? You need crates, you need labor, so you do all that analysis before you even confirm to the market that you have this product. That is what is lacking in many of our farmers. That planning process is not there. So we need to impart that to our farmers so that they do a lot more planning before they decide, oh well, my neighbor is growing tomatoes, let me also grow tomatoes. There's a whole thing that goes on at the back end before you actually see the product. On resilience, you cannot expect the market to support climate setbacks. It will be too expensive for us. I would say let us embrace insurance. I like that she's from One Acre Fund. I think they are pushing a lot of insurance products to the farmers. Let us embrace insurance as well. And then all other things that are required, resilient varieties. You grow in a season where you will expect less risks. For example, you do your part as a farmer, let the market do their part of selling. Otherwise, if you mix it, it will be an expensive affair. And there's no way the market will embrace too many fluctuations in prices. They're used to, in fact, I think there's a push to have one price for each product right now. I think it will be in the Senate soon, that they want a minimum, to discuss a minimum price to the farmers, which we don't know how it will work, because again, with those climate shocks, it may not really be a good idea. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
So I'll go next. I'll start with the smallholder farmer. So just as my colleague has mentioned, I would like to mention ATD. ATD is Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance. So you pay a premium of about 1%, and they insure the investor and the farmer in case of any climatic conditions that might affect your crop. So this is usually incorporated in the contracts that you draft. And even when you mention that sometimes the buyers can change tune and maybe change the cost of which you had agreed at the beginning, such contracts actually and such organizations are there to protect you as a farmer. Then secondly, on predictability, one thing I have learned about Israelis now that I work for them, I've been working there for like 6 years now, they don't plant anything if there is no demand. It's not like in Kenya where, let's say when it gets to March, we are all doing maize farming. Then when it gets to maybe the short rains, maybe we are doing the vegetables. So for them, unless there is a market demand, then they're able to do the farming. So these opportunities are also there for the African market. For example, we had a very huge demand for avocados. So we were able to do 400 hectares of avocado in Naivasha. So the opportunities are still there. There's also another opportunity for canola farming. So it depends on what exactly you want to grow. Make sure there is a market for it. Is it local? Is it international? And also, now that I work for the Israeli embassy, I know also my other colleagues in the trade and economic desk at the embassy get very many requests like this. So you can talk to any of the people or the local embassies. They can be able to connect you to these buyers so that they can do like a smart growing of the crops, not just growing for anybody or anything. Then lastly, I would want to mention that we have also an agronomist stationed at the embassy. His work is advisory, and he does free advisory to farmers, and his his passion is mostly smallholder farmers. So if you need any support from soil testing to rain-fed agriculture to anything, I'm not an agronomist myself, but he will understand better. He will come to your farm and advise you on what you need to do so that you can increase the yields. Then on irrigation, we also have some companies in the market who are doing irrigation equipment like Netafim. We also have, I think we all know Amiran and Elgon Kenya. They have financing models for smallholder farmers who are not able to afford the irrigation equipment. We are also working in partnership with some financial institutions who can loan farmers some capital, and they can be able to equip their farming and their produce from irrigation equipment to farm machinery. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll start with, allow me just to respond to those that have not been touched on. So I'll start with the question on traceability and blockchain. So I say yes, it's doable, and I think it's being done. I'll give an example of the scenario of EUDR, the EU regulation on deforestation. Currently in Kenya, I think there's some companies and the technology is being deployed to try and help with traceability. If you allow me, and I'm not trying to market the company, I've seen a presentation from EPRO that are helping through the use of blockchain to do traceability. Then going to funding from my brother there, as I mentioned during the opening remarks, we have 2 programs currently in the agriculture sector. That is a business environment and export enhancement program that is being implemented by our partner agency, Trademark Africa. It looks at basically three wide value chains, that is mango, avocado, and horticulture. So if you're able to make contact with them, and if you can't, you can just throw us an email. We can always introduce you to try and see what way you can benefit, including the training that they have and what have you. The second program is Markup 2. So from the lessons from Markup 1, we are now implementing as a region EAC Markup 2, and specific value chains for Kenya, that is coffee, leather, and packaging. So if you remember in some of the conversation, we are mentioning that packaging is key for the markets looking at. So you can be trained on these and some standards. And we have, good stories, success stories, where I think there is a farmer, a company from Nandi Hills that was not exporting. Now they've been mentored, they've been trained, they are now exporting it to 2 countries in EU, that's Belgium and Germany. And they're also on an e-commerce platform exporting within the wide African region. So yes, it's doable, so you can always reach us and we can always introduce you. For Markup, I know they had a call. I think it just expired last week, but if you're really interested, we can put in a word for you so that they see if you can be part of this cohort. And then lastly, the question of irrigation. Unfortunately for us, currently we don't have an active program supporting irrigation, but of course we will always insist as EU market on the standards. So whether you're not using irrigation or whether you're using, we are just focused whether you're meeting on the standards or not. But hopefully in terms of from what you are getting, if this is very key, I think in the next programming, I know FESES might take on board irrigation. So the problem is that as EU, we compartmentalize these countries. You find that, for example, Tanzania have a program that is supporting irrigation on downside, but in Kenya we don't have, because I think the need in Kenya is not much at that level. So, but I mean, we can always see what we can do as an institution, and because we also try and program our programs as per the demand. So, yes, I doubt if I've left any question out.
No, I think you've covered them all. Thank you very much, our panelists. I think they've done a good job, and I would encourage any one of us who is in this space who's a farmer to follow up with some of these programs that we have been told exist in the embassies. And also in response to irrigation, I said irrigation is a pet subject for me, if I can just chip in. As you're helping the farmers, one of the things I saw, I worked with two different organizations that were working with farmers, and the challenge of water was big. So we embraced an approach of advocacy, getting the farmers to lobby their local leaders to support irrigation projects, and it's worked. So as you're helping them, also build their capacity also to lobby their local representatives to invest, because they have money to invest in those kinds of projects. It's in their interest. And with that, I think I want us to give a big clap to our panelists. I think they've done a good job. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you. And we call it a day with regards to that subject, and then I'll give us a 15 minutes break, then we can look at the issue of standards, which has been talked about a lot here, but we'll have a different set of panelists who can address that aspect of standards, because standards are really a challenge for our farmers. And not only our farmers, plus our value addition angle of the market access. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. 15 minutes, then we'll be back.
Right, a round of applause for Elizabeth for doing a sterling job. A round of applause for them, please. Yes, and you might want maybe to just speak to some of them if anything has been very poignant for you and stood out in the discussions. So from the Israeli embassy, from also the European Union, you can be able to get some exceedingly beneficial tidbits on what to do and how to move forward, some of the products they've mentioned as well. I wanted just to ask you as well that, yes, we know Israel is very big on kibbutz, and Elizabeth, you've talked about irrigation, very key. Can you believe it that in Turkana, we are struggling with drought? And they're saying in Kenya we have aquifer that can actually irrigate this country for the next 75 years. So they're saying the problem is the saline water down there, that it's very expensive to turn it to maybe potable water. Anyway, I can see there's a good Kodak moment. Elizabeth, you want to participate on this for the records, that you are the moderator with the able panelists. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, are you tracking? Show me your finger. Where is your finger? Show me your finger. Can you poke your neighbor and tell them, hey, hey, wake them up, wake it up, wake it up. Poke your neighbor's ribs. Poke their ribs. Come on, turn to your neighbor and poke their ribs and tell them, hey, are you alert? Are you awake? Good. So I thought we should just go on straight to the next session so that we don't have that particular break. We have our time to catch up with, and I think also I could see you're very engaged as well. So that was from the marketplace, the role of standards and certification and value chains, a panel discussion that we had. Let me see if I have it. Market access and buyer connection. So we want to go from farm to market, the role of standards and certification and value chains. And this session
We'll explore how agricultural standard certification systems and supportive policy frameworks influence competitiveness and market access across domestic, regional, and export value chains. It will bring together policy specialists, regulators, and industry experts to discuss the evolving role of certification in ensuring food safety, sustainability, and traceability within contract farming arrangements. And I was telling Elizabeth, maybe I need just to bring you a glass of, you have your bottle of water there, so that she may slake her thirst and continue with the session. So she will carry over with the next session and call upon the panelists. So may we give her a round of applause again as she takes over. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Now we've heard about market access. We've been told there are markets out there. Once we get the markets, how do we make sure that our products do reach the market and that the consumers receive our markets? And that's the conversation that we want to have now. And it's mainly around the standards, which we had already touched on in the morning, standards and certification. So I'll request my panelists, I think these ones are here, on standards. You all committed, you even gave me the questions that you wanted to answer. So I'm hoping to have KEFIS, KEBS, ASNET, representatives, Karibuni on stage. And anyone else that I did not mention? Welcome. Sit closer to me. Okay, so our panelists are here. I'm glad that we have quite a number of you, and hoping that all those questions that our farmers, I hope you're still here, that you have been having, will be addressed here, because we know that certification and standardization has been a big challenge, I being one of them. Even, I'm not only a farmer, I'm also a seed trader, so in the midst of that, I come across value addition. People in the value addition chain who are asking, how do they meet these standards? They don't seem to be consistent. So there are many questions, and I don't want to preempt what we are going to discuss. So I'll just open the session by first requesting that we introduce ourselves, beginning with our panelists from the extreme end. Or let's start from this side, because you're ready.
Am I audible enough? Can you hear me? Okay, good morning or good afternoon. I hope I'm loud enough. Can the people at the back hear me? By show of hands? Great. My name is Lynette Kedenji from the Eastern Africa Green Council. I'm a senior programs officer at the council. At EAGC, at the Eastern Africa Grain Council, we have a mandate of facilitating structured grain trade. And we do this by ensuring that first of all, we are an organization with a regional presence in 10 countries in the Eastern and Southern Africa. And our mandate is to facilitate structured grain trade. We have 4 pillars that we work under to ensure that we facilitate grain trade. And this is capacity building, policy advocacy, provision of market information, as well as promoting structured trading systems. So we'll engage more on that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Faith Ndunge. I work for KEFIS. I am the Deputy Director in charge of standards, international obligations and trade. And in KEFIS, we have a number of things that we do. We do seed certification, ensuring that you get quality seed. We do inspection of imports and exports, mainly focusing on agricultural produce, that is crops mainly. And then we also have laboratories that we do analysis in the laboratory, as well as pest diagnosis. Thank you.
Very good. We can't see. Let's see.
Good afternoon once more. My name is James Mureithi. I'm the Managing Director, Control Union Kenya, and I also coordinate business in Control Union offices in East Africa as a regional manager. At Control Union, we do audits and certification for different standards ranging from Global Gap, organic, SMETA, rainforest, regenerative for agriculture, and many more. We also involve in pest control. We are licensed by PCPP as a commercial pest controller in Kenya. And we also carry out inspection activities at the port of Mombasa and also in pack houses for those who are exporting avocado to Europe. We also have an academy where we train consultants, business people in matters to do with certification and compliance. We are approved by NITA for the courses that we offer. So briefly, that's what we do, and we are located in 83 countries in the world. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Good afternoon again. I'm Jane Musindi. As I introduced myself earlier, I'm representing ASNET. ASNET is the Agriculture Sector Network. It's the umbrella body for the agriculture, not practitioners, organizations in Kenya, all agriculture. I'm in ASNET through the Society of Crop Agribusiness Advisors of Kenya, SOCA. In SOCA, depending on who you ask, we are either a civil society organization because we champion the interests, for example, food safety, environmental health, sustainable farming. In ASNET, I chair the technical committee, which advises the board, and in SOCA, I chair the overall board. Thank you.
Thank you. Ne? I think your mic is low. Can you assist us with the mic here? As he's assisting, we can have the next panelist introduce himself.
There's a power button.
You can introduce yourself. Excuse me, sir. You can introduce yourself.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Mwangi. I run or CEO Visible Industries. We build value chain, or we integrate value chain. We build ecosystems to see where the missing links are. We structure so that then the farmers and the off-takers or the processors can be able to work in a single ecosystem. We also do help people who are willing to join manufacturing in what we call contract manufacturing. So maybe I was more fit for the previous panel because I'm seated with the standards people, but I'll make it more practical, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
That. Okay, next.
Good afternoon.
Good
My name is Moses Wangai.
My name is Moses Wangai. I'm from Kenya Bureau of Standards.
Still low, eh?
I am a standards officer in the agriculture standards development. I think as all you are aware that the mandate of KEBS is to facilitate trade. That is a broad mandate, and we do it in several ways. You're all aware about product certification, system certification, and we also do trainings through our National Quality Institute, and we have a certification body, call it the CB. That is the body that actually does the certification. Thank you.
Thank you, Kebs. Welcome, panelists. Now, because you're quite a number, and I had fewer questions, we'll have some of you taking 2 questions. If you, I'll ask you to I'll ask more than one panelist to answer at least 2 questions, if that's okay with you. I've just decided randomly who's going to take what. Okay, so I'll start with the market impact question. And this one is, how do standards and certification really shape farmers' access to markets? How do standards and certification really shape farmers' access to markets? And I would like to start with Kefis on this one.
Yeah, thank you very much. Standards really, they shape the access to markets in that they give guidelines. They tell you what you should do, what you should not do, what is an acceptable product, what is a product that is not acceptable, and they also tell you the process to follow. For example, if you want to export to a particular market, the requirements may be different in terms of what we call quarantine pests or pests that are regulated. Some markets are also keen on the sizing of the product. They are also keen on the level of maturity, and therefore standards really guide you to know what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, and they give you the clarity. And therefore you have prior knowledge on what you are able to export, what you are able to sell, and what is really going to be accepted. And therefore beforehand you know if your product is good enough or fit for that particular market.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Lynette, any opinion on that?
Yes. Like she has said, standards do shape the access to markets in such that if, as a farmer, you comply with the set standards, then you definitely have the leeway to the market. For instance, in our case, where we have standards that are set for grain, for example, we have the moisture content level. So if a farmer has, and this one is usually set at 13.5%, so if one farmer has met the standards, maybe below 13.5, and the other one is above 13.5%, then that means definitely you are not able to access the market. You are going to get rejected, whether it's at the border point or wherever you're selling your grain at. So if definitely you meet the standards, if you comply, you get access to the market. It's a gateway to the market. But if you do not, then you are rejected, and this comes as a loss to the farmer. The other issue I'd like to add is the how easy it is to access the market. You may comply, yes, but how easy is that compliance level for you as a farmer? For instance, how hard is it for you to achieve that 13.5% moisture level? So if you have the awareness maybe of the standards, then it becomes very easy for you as a farmer to comply. You know what to do, how to do it, when to do it, and that becomes easy for you to access the market. But the other person, the other farmer who doesn't know what the standards is all about, then they are going to, perhaps they might get to that 13.5%, but how do they get to it? Maybe it's just by luck that their maize was able to dry to 13.5. So knowledge of these standards again makes it easy for the farmers to access the markets.
Thank you. Maybe you can answer my next question, which is then who should take the lead in helping farmers to meet the certification of the standards that are required? How does the farmer know, that ignorant farmer?
Okay, I think there are various, I think in the previous panel you talked about, you asked a question of how fast can we do something. But in this particular case, I think that it is not easy, and it is not for one person to take yes, we can have someone taking the lead, but then it has to be the effort of everyone in the value chain. For example, if the farmers themselves don't do what they are supposed to do,
exactly,
then definitely it's going to be a fail for them. If the buyer who is supposed to buy a commodity that is compliant does not do what they are supposed to do and do it very well, then it becomes, again, a loss to the whole value chain. So in terms of buyers, I think buyers should be very specific in what they want. Yeah? If you want to buy maybe a grain of a certain specification, then you should make it your effort to specify that I want maize, grade A maize. Then you must go ahead and specify what does grade A maize entail. Once you specify, then you also have to go ahead and communicate that very well to the farmer, right? And then again, once you communicate to the farmer, then you should not leave the farmer at that level. Let the farmer know, perhaps, you as a buyer, what effort or what support are you bringing in to support this farmer to produce that particular grade A maize that you are looking for. So it's a whole linkage. It's a forward and backward linkage. So the buyer has to be very specific so that the farmer now is able to know what the buyer has specified. Am I able to meet it? And then if I am able to meet it, then what is it that is in it for me as a farmer? How am I going to benefit? Maybe I'm going to meet it, but perhaps I'll meet it via losses. But here we are looking at profitability. So it's good that every part of the value chain is responsible. If it's for the regulators like KEFIS here, then they are coming to let us know what is it that we need to look at in terms of maybe infestation, right? So it is not left to anyone, any particular person, but all stakeholders must come together. They must work together to ensure that there is compliance in the whole value chain.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to add to that one? Who should take the lead in helping the farmers? We've heard it's a bias. Stakeholders should come together and see how they can help. Okay, we can move to the other one. Thank you, Lynette. How does certification build consumer confidence in the Kenyan products? And this is a consumer both locally and even in the international market. And I would want to throw this one to Moreithi. How does certification build consumer confidence in the Kenyan products? How does certification build consumer confidence in the Kenyan products?
Thank you very much. Certification plays a role of building trust between the farmers and the consumers. And for anyone who wants to consume a product, most of us would like to know how it was produced. And therefore, this trust can and will be assured that the produce or the good is produced responsibly if the production system goes through the certification process. Because after the process is complete and the farmer or the producer is able to make adjustments where he or she is failing as per the requirements of whichever standard that the farm or the producer is implementing, and the certificate is issued, the consumer now will have trust in the product and with the process. Because certification is not only about the product that is placed in the market, it's also about the whole production system.
True. I had one interaction with a farmer who had two sets. He was growing tomatoes. So he had two sections of tomatoes. One for his own consumption and the other one for the market. I'm sure you have come across this one. And when you ask him why he's separating, the way he would handle the commercial one was certainly different from the way he was handling the tomatoes that he would consume. So the issue of consumer trust is certainly very important. Kenyan farmers, I think, need to be educated a lot on that. Okay? So inclusion, how do we make certification affordable and accessible for smallholder farmers? I'll give this one to Anthony Mwangi and even KEBS.
Thank you. And I think this is where the big challenge is. And even going back to your former question about how does certification build consumer confidence, and I'm sure all the audience here, they consume ugali every day. If you ask the consumers here, what are the levels of aflatoxin that are allowed in ugali, I'm sure many of them will not know. So we live by the grace.
Yeah.
I don't think there is anyone, many people, unless maybe a very small percentage, who really consume because of certification. It's just the way we consume. But coming back to the farmer, the small-scale farmer and certification, the farmers have been left to their own devices. We've done these standards for the sake of regulations. The regulators are like gatekeepers, you know. A farmer has no way of understanding the standards that are required by KEBS or by KEFIS or by whoever. The farmer only knows they sell, and here you should put the farmer, small-scale farmer, and the trader, because they are conjoined together. The trader only knows whether the products are met standard when they deliver the product to the factories, and they're told, it's on aflatoxin. It has aflatoxin. The moisture content is 15%, but they have no way. Moisture is a bit easier because on their own volition, farmers have been able to invest in the moisture measuring, units. But there is no way for them to know salmonella or aflatoxin. So the off-takers have taken that as an advantage to buy at whatever price. So if yours doesn't have aflatoxin to this level, this is the price. If it has aflatoxin to this level, this is the price. So I don't think the standards are for the farmers. They were not designed for the farmer. They were designed to keep the farmer away. They were designed for the consumer in the urban center, because the 70% of the rural population don't consume, some of the goods that we produce. So the standards are at the production level, not at the factory production, not at the primary production where the farmer sits.
Interesting. What do you have to say to that, KEBS?
Thank you. I think my colleague has said quite a lot about this, and the only comment I would give here is somebody talked about in the morning about bringing the farmers together. So I think if they form cooperatives, you encourage them to form cooperatives, so that again you are able to meet them at one place, and then if it comes to training, you are able to train them as groups, so that they come to understand especially what is in these standards, what are they expected to do, and that way I think it's gonna be cheap for some of these farmers. We also heard about aggregation. That also could be a good way of going to them aggregating their products, and then we are able to do the certification at one particular point. Also, the issue of subsidies, if we can look at how we can bring about subsidy for especially the labs. Labs are normally very expensive. Testing for most of these parameters that are in our standards that talk about quality and the safety of the products. So if we can look over a way of how to maybe equipping some labs, equipping them very well, and trying to see how we can bring down the cost of those tests. I think that would be the only addition I can add at this point.
Yes.
Yes, I was actually coming to you.
My comment is that...
Louder.
Sorry. Can you hear me now? My comment is that all standards have a reason for why they are there.
Huh?
All standards have a reason for why they are there. And I would say that once the players understand the why, it is easier for them to implement. It may be expensive, but not one person has the answer to how to implement. If we involve everybody in the process, then it becomes easier. The reason I say that is, for example, if we talk about levels of aflatoxin, we know it has an effect on health. And scientifically it has been, the levels have been described to where safety is assured. So all we have to do is to tell the farmers, this is what the standard says, this is why you have to comply, and this is how you can comply. If you do that, the way we have been told we have to pay our taxes, this is why you have to pay our taxes, and this is how you can easily comply, and I think a lot of us here then find it easier. If you make it very difficult for farmers to comply, that is where the problem is. And I also want to say that there's a difference between a certification and a standard. If we just find a way that we can prove that the farmers are following the standards, certification only becomes necessary if the market demands it. Yeah? That is part of where the expenses are. If we can find a way to say, okay, can a farmer show me that they are trained on this thing and they do a self-assessment which a government body can go and testify to, and then maybe once in a while a sample can be taken to the lab, it will go a long way to help in reducing costs and also getting the farmers to understand the why the standards are necessary.
Jane, I would like to know if you're a farmer or not. I'm curious. Now I'll open the conversation to the floor. If you have questions, you can, this is your time to throw some questions to the panelists. Let's take a round of 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael. I'm here with Mr. Thomas. I just want a very practical approach. Thomas has 90 acres of land in Molo. He wants to farm. We know the ecological zone. How does he begin from getting the right crop to grow, the certification aspect, the standard aspect, the linkage to market, financing, insurance, up to the end of the product? Basing that as a practical approach. Land is there, there's water, there's even a dam which just requires a bit of desilting of the dam. The ecological zone, we know Molo, we know the rainfall pattern. How does he move from getting the crop up to the market with all those in there? If we can just be given a practical approach to it.
Okay. Market linkages, from production to consumer.
My name is Jean Giro. I'm retired from the agricultural sector. And mine is a comment following up on what you asked about who is taking the lead in informing farmers about the standards and the certification. And I think there is a disconnect. We know that agriculture is devolved. We have extension officers at the county level. At national level, we have all these institutions, KEBS, CARO, KEFIS, and all the others. But how are they linking up with the extension service in the counties? I think there is a missing link there that probably policymakers need to look at, because again, a lot of money is going into research, but it's like the farmers are not getting the message. Also, you asked about whether the farmers understand the standards or the certification. I want to believe that it's very difficult for the farmers to understand the whole process of certification or even the standards required. But these farmers are paying taxes so that this information can be interpreted to them by the relevant extension service. Those who can remember, for instance, say the dairy board, to ensure that consumers get clean milk, we used to have inspectors visiting homes and ensuring that if it's the equipment used in milking, it's clean and all other issues. So the farmers didn't have to know about the standards, but then there was someone there to interpret. So I think that is what is lacking today. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another hand here.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohammed. My question is about certification. Most of the farmers from the region where I come from, I came from northeastern region. They don't understand about the importance of certification. And because of this, a third party is involved, and obviously there's exploitation. Even the issue of market search, there is always exploitation. So my question is there any mechanism to address on the importance of certification so that we can eliminate or avoid the third party?
Okay. And I would like Kefis and Kebs to really answer this, to help us with this answer. Which body should lead with helping farmers to understand the importance of standardization and certification? Okay, and the last one there. Please keep it short.
Yes, thank you very much. Not waste a lot of time. Yes, once more, my name is Mr. Rekaki. As I've said, I'm also a farmer. I have about 3 issues here. Okay, one is in regard to these certifications, and because these are actually majority normally come from the statutory government black case. Okay, we do understand that at the moment agriculture is a devolved unit whereby the back actually majority the service providers are actually the county government. But nevertheless, I still feel at the national level, however much you are formulating these policies, issues to do with certifications, compliance, and even enforcement, more so amongst the small-scale farmers. I try to feel, is there a way out you can subsidize also in regard to certification amongst maybe the government, even the aggregators, the buyers themselves? That is one. Then the second one is an issue to do with the recent, enactment of a rule, more so in the US market, whereby there is a rule to do with the Packers and the Skyards Act. I don't know how this one will impact on the growers' contracts. It in regard more so to the small-scale farmers. Then also in regard to standards as well, I don't know how this contract farming can incorporate fair trade standards, more so to protect the farmers against price volatility. And as I talked earlier, more so with the EU market in regard to ESGs. there's a lot of issues to do with climate and all those. I don't know how this can actually now possibly, safeguard the welfare of the farmers in terms of standards and all those. Then last but not the least, will you kindly please help us in terms of these standards? How can this enforcement and the standards likewise also assist more so the small scale aggregators, the farmers themselves, with the carbon sequestrations, which is actually a new evolving issue. The last but not the least, the issue to do with the blockchains. How will this standardization be incorporated with these blockchains and the emerging technologies? Because in terms of communications, my understanding is you already have a technology whereby you can actually translate any voice, and actually even any text, to any known linguistic, to any language, more so that is on this world. Why don't we actually, as maybe even the government, even the buyers and all these, maybe come up with a way out on how to transmit and enforce these or train farmers as far as this one is concerned, more so with the new emerging standards. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I hope you have captured that. I missed a lot. But let's hear. We'll start from Lynette, coming this way. Please pick a question that you think was relevant. What for me is standing out is that the farmer really needs to be assisted in knowing where does he go for help for this, and who should be actually at the forefront leading the farmer agenda to improve their standards and their certification process.
Thank you for that question. I know this is a challenge that sits with a lot of farmers, but I would also like to reiterate what I said, that as much as we need to have, we may think we need to have someone take the lead, it is the responsibility of everyone in the value chain, and I'm going to explain this. When we start with the farmer, I would tell the farmer that no man is an island. Do not sit alone as a farmer and not engage with other farmers. Do not sit alone as a farmer and do not engage with your potential buyer. When you go to farm, who are you farming to sell to? You just don't farm for the sake of farming. So you also have a responsibility of networking, perhaps with fellow farmers and with other stakeholders along the value chain. With farmers, somebody talked about group testing, and I want to say that this is when we do group testing, maybe for certification, we have farmers come together, and this bringing of farmers together increases farmer networking, and it also supports or promotes what we call peer compliance. That out of the many farmers that there is that one farmer who may not have complied, and the rest will apply some pressure so that this farmer can be able to comply with the standards. So that itself is a mechanism of promoting industry self-regulation. But then again, that networking is good for one farmer to engage with the rest of the farmers. They tend to know. So this is what is happening in the industry. So that is the responsibility of a farmer. We go maybe to the regulator. When it comes to regulations, then it is important that the government sets regulations that are practical and regulations that trickle down all the way to the very last mile. Recently, we had an engagement with KEBS. They had publicized the draft standards bill, and our members felt that it is important that KEBS adds a clause on capacity building and training so that farmers, producers, suppliers, traders, processors, they all understand what these standards mean. So I would say KEBS or maybe the regulators have a responsibility. Don't just publicize a standard, but make it your responsibility that it trickles down to the very last mile. I know there is usually stakeholder engagement, But the question is, I personally kind of feel that stakeholder engagement involves high-level individuals. And remember that farmer down there does not even understand English. So the regulators have a responsibility there of ensuring information trickles down. It is simplified and it is well understood. Then in terms of buyers, if you are buying, like I said, if you are buying from a farmer, ensure that your farmer knows what is it that you are looking for, and are you able to support that farmer to produce exactly what you are looking for. So for me, I think it is important that each and everyone in the value chain plays their role, because each and everyone has a role, and that we all come together. Somebody talked about there being a disconnect, and the question was how then do we get rid of this disconnect? Yeah. So it should be provided for all the way from the top, trickling down to the last mile. So that everybody, whether at national level, whether at county level, they are able to know that this is our role and this is how we are supposed to do it, and what are we supposed to achieve to ensure that everybody is included. Then somebody has also asked about emerging technologies. And I would want to say that yes, if there is a will, then there is a way. Especially with the emergence of AI, we can have trainings happening for farmers so that they're able to be told this is what is happening, there are standards, you are supposed to do this to comply with these standards. Once you comply, then you are able to be certified. What is the importance of this certification? So knowledge gap is a very big challenge that exists in the industry, but the mechanisms that should be put in place to ensure that this gap is sealed is what is lacking. The disconnect that exists is huge, and everybody, like I said, then should play their role. But then we may ask, who takes the lead? So I think I would leave this for the government to ensure that with the various regulators, with the various institutions that there are, it is their job to bring all these institutions together, that there is no duplicate in their mandates, and that to ensure that each and everyone should be able to play their role. So I think this should be provided for in the government.
Thank you. Next. Well, I think that one has been comprehensively addressed, so I don't know.
And it's okay.
Okay, so maybe I can answer another one?
Yes.
Yes, so...
take advantage of this time to also put in your last word.
Oh, okay. So thank you very much. So I think there was somebody who was asking about having a parcel of land, knowing what to grow. I think earlier on, Jane had talked about trying to find out the products that people want to purchase. So as you look at your agroecological zone, it is good to find out what is it that can I sell that is going to give me some profit. It is also good to know, for example, the aspect of certification. What is it that you are growing, and who is it that wants to buy? Who is it that can certify? For example, if you are growing cut flowers, then probably at the point of active growth, an inspection has to be done. The other issue of financing, I may not be able to address it, but I can also tell you that knowing the market that you're going to sell is what is going to determine how you're going to grow the crop in the field, and also the interests of the buyer. So I think it is good to look at it from the end of what is it that the buyer wants, which country am I selling to, who is the buyer, because buyers have the various specific interests. And then now you can look at the various institutions, KEFIS, Kenya Bureau, where are we getting in? If it is, for example, fresh produce, Horticulture Crops Directorate must register you if you want to be an exporter. If it is coffee, then there is also Coffee Directorate. If it is tea, there is the Tea Board, and there are the other directorates. So it is good for you to look at especially what you want to export, and also come down come back, now who is it that is going to assist you in that specific value chain? Because various issues have various players, as well as whether it is for the local market or for the export market. I think for me, what I would want to say in terms of certification is that there are very many bodies that do the certification. Yes, we do have the government, but we also have the private ones. But what would really help a lot is to be a member of a group. We have various groups, for example, the FPICS, Kenya Flower Council, Fresh Produce Consortium, Avocado Society. When you are a member of this, then you have some benefits that can be able to assist you. If you have other groups, you can also ask a specific institution to come and train your group. Institutions sometimes are very open, but if say they have a group of 50, you can say we would want you to train us as a group of 50. Then it becomes very easy because they reach many people. Then the last thing I want to talk about is communication. We need to communicate as regulators, whoever we are in this value chain, about standards. Make the understanding simple in a language that can be understood in good illustrations, whether posters or what, and to continuously train because the market is dynamic and it keeps on changing. So you may have a standard that can work today, but because of the changes that are there, climate change and many other issues that keep coming up, then you realize that you will need more information as time goes on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice. Next.
Okay, thank you. I would like to take over from the question about how to make certification affordable. And the good thing is that the question is not about how to make certification cheap, because it will never be cheap. As she mentioned, we can make it affordable if farmers can come together and do what we call group certification. Because when they come together, they are able to share resources, they are able to share the technical experts that's there. And I would like to give you an example or a scenario of organic certification. For an individual farm, if you apply for organic certification, the certification fee, leave alone the implementation, the certification fee that you'll be charged by an organization like Control Union, as an individual farmer, it will be in the range of 150,000, individual farm. That is not affordable, it's expensive for a smallholder farmer. But when 10 farmers come together and they do group certification, the cost will be around 315,000. So if you divide that by 10 farmers, it goes down to that 1,500. So you can see the impact of group certification. You are moving from 150,000 all the way to that 1,500. So to make it affordable, it's very easy if farmers can come together for group certification. To answer the three last questions that have been asked, I want to respond to the question on who is taking the lead in certification. All players should take the lead. And what I've realized over the last 14 years that I've been managing a certification body is that farmers lack awareness. There's no awareness, and farmers are sort of ambushed by the market. Because you have your produce, then the buyer will tell you, I want you to be having implemented this standard. And the farmer is being asked this certificate when the crop is either at harvesting or close to harvesting. So what happens to most farmers? They lose the crop, or they end up selling it at a very low price, and they give up in farming, and they say farming is expensive. So what I did for the last 2 years, we came up with a program we call Control Union Mashinani. Mashinani means at the farm level. And we came up with a department of marketing and training, and that's why we are NITA approved, so that we can be able to train the farmers and create this awareness that what are these requirements of the market. And it has been successful for the counties that we have been able to visit. So certification bodies and other people should be able to take the lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane, it's not that I was putting you on the spot about being a farmer. I wanted you to give us a practical example, in case you're a farmer, for some of the things you were sharing with us. Just in case.
I am a farmer.
You can have the floor.
I am a farmer.
Oh, great.
I am a trader. I'm an exporter and I'm an advisor.
Fantastic.
So what I do is what I would practically want to be done. So the first thing, as I said, let me first jump into what the question has been: who takes responsibility for certification? I have a problem with certification. Let me say, who takes responsibility for standard implementation? I think it's the whole, anybody who wants to feed public, not yourself, has responsibility to make sure this product is what that customer wants, whether in safety or quality. We cannot run away from standards, and we have to make sure that we implement the standards the way it's supposed to be done. It's up to the farmer, because once the product is in the market, you can't correct any mistakes that were done on that product. It needs to start at the beginning to do it correctly. So it's up to the farmer to find out, in this market that I'm targeting, what do they want and what should this product look like? There's a lot of, I like that there's a lot of young people now getting into agriculture, especially primary agriculture, because those ones, I think, as compared to our parents, understand that you just can't blindly do stuff. You have to research well to find out what the market wants, as she said, how the market wants it, so that you are producing for a particular market. Number two, now there's a difference between a good that you're trading and a public good. For example, maize. Maize is a food crop. So things like aflatoxin, the responsibility still remains with the government, because this is food for everybody. That's what it is termed as. So government, I think, should encourage partnerships with people like EAGC to make sure that whoever is producing this product is aware of what this product should look like on the shelf. We cannot correct it when it is already on the shelf. And that way we will reduce the losses that are in the system. It needs to be everybody's responsibility depending on what this product is. Is it typically a consumer good, or is it also going to the public? Then that will dictate who takes the lead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Kebs, quick one. You're winding.
Thank you. I think my colleagues have said a lot of what I would have said. Maybe just to mention that as Kebs, our mandate is to, once we develop these standards, then we are supposed to disseminate them. And one way of disseminating this standard, we hold workshops where we invite the various stakeholders, and then we take them through what is in these standards. Also, we participate in the agricultural shows, or the agricultural shows that are in this country. We have our officers there with the standards, and all those people who go through our standards are able to be taken through on the standards that are in place, and they get to learn a lot of information. The other thing is that I think everybody knows that it is mandatory for anything that is being sold in our market should have the sterilization mark. Whatever is being sold in this country should have the sterilization mark. And that is our mandate. So we have to ensure that, although most of the time we come at the head, when you have already come up with the product that you want to take to the market, that's when we come in and we do various tests and ensure that whatever is going to the market is of the right quality. And this one is dictated by the standards that are in place. These standards, again, are developed by the technical committees, I know some of you have participated in our technical committees, and we try as much as we can to align them to regional standards, other international standards like Codex, ISO, so that even when you want to access market outside Kenya, it is going to be very easy for you. I think in the beginning I talked about we have a department that we call the National Quality Institute. This is the one that is in charge of the trainings. We have a lot of trainings. And then we have another one that we call the certification body. Once we train you, then we are also able to certify you to most of the systems that maybe where we have standards. I think about the revision of the standardization, the CAP 496 is going on. I don't know whether you are aware of that. And
what is CAP 496?
The Standards Act.
Okay.
Standards Act is CAP 496. It is a revision. I think last Friday is when we finished the public participation. It's now going to Parliament. So it is still as a bill. And some of the changes that have been brought in the bill is, it is a very old act. It was done in 1974. And our new constitution of 2010, there is a lot that is in that constitution. So we are trying to line it to the new constitution and also make it relevant. We have also enhanced some of the changes or the penalties that were in the old one, because we have realized that some of them were too small, so you could have people doing their things and then they are able to pay those fines. So those are some of the changes that are going to come out once that bill is passed.
Can we get it online? The bill, the proposed bill?
Yeah, it's supposed to be on our website.
Okay.
We should have put it on our website so that people are able to see.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And without repeating what the fellow panelists have said, unfortunately, we speak a lot as Kenyans, me being included. None of the things that we say have helped us to produce. We are importing maize, almost $500 million, every year. We're importing rice, 1 million metric tons. That's almost $1 billion. We're importing wheat. 95% of what we consume is imported. We're importing peanuts, 90% from Malawi. We're importing honey. We're importing beans. So we can say many things, and we like saying many things. And I like the question that was asked by the gentleman there, because I think that's the crux of the matter. He has a piece of land. I didn't get the location. I think he was asking for Thomas. And I think that's a question every farmer in this country asks. What should I plant? Where should I sell it? And what is the standard that's supposed to sell it at? So I'm not going to give a specific consultancy to the gentleman because I don't know the geography very well. But I'll tell you some of the things that we have done looking at this importation of rice, which is $1 billion. What can we do as private citizens? What can we do? Because government, I don't want to talk about government. Government say many things. So I want to focus on what us, ourselves, we can do. And we have built an ecosystem, a wide ecosystem, where we have farmers that have been aggregated by a commercial entity, by a financial entity, and they're planting rice, Komboka in Western Kenya. And that variety, farmers moved from generating about 8 bags an acre to 50 bags, 40 to 50 bags an acre. But there was a problem. Where do you take all this paddy? The installed capacity in that region processing rice. It is so low, it would shock you. But the guy who has 80 tons a day is the biggest guy in the region, which is a big joke. Now we've brought in the offtake market, we've brought in the collateral management, where you take your paddy, goes to a warehouse, under collateral management, it is graded, it is weighed, you're given an EWR or electronic warehouse receipt, which is at the same level as the title deed or your car logbook. And then we have brought in the millers and the off-takers, and even though we have one particular international off-taker, this product is going to be put on COMEX, which is a government interface with the market. So practical solutions, and now we are looking at building that ecosystems not only in Western Kenya, but going to Mwea again, and there are a lot of things happening in Mwea, but just need to be organized. Bura, there is no reason why we should be splashing $1 billion on things that we can do. We go to maize, we go to pulses, and each and every product can be organized that way. But I think it is us as private sector, as private citizens, who are going to do that. And then we bring KEBS and KEFIS to come and support. But I don't think it is government to lead us. It is us now to lead government.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow. What a wonderful conclusion. I don't think I have anything else to add. I think you've all understood we need to work together, coordinate together, farmers, organizations. I like the closing that it should be the people-driven, not government-driven, and government will support us. And I'm hoping that government, you will be proactive. We don't have to always come to your offices, also reach out to us out there in the field. And with that, I want to thank you so much for such a rich conversation, every one of us. Thank you. Let's give them another round of applause. And that brings us to the end of our conversation this afternoon. Thank you very much for your participation, everybody.
Thank you, Elizabeth. A round of applause for Elizabeth for doing such a sterling job, back to back. And also our able panelists, we thank you so much for that very cogent, very informative and immersive discussion we've had. And I am sure there were a lot of questions that our plenary would have loved to express, but because of the constraints of time, we have to stop here. But nonetheless, I want to thank you so much for electing to be part of this conversation. A round of applause for them again as they take their seats. No, before we go, yes, a Kodak moment, just before you sit down, I'll kindly request all of you to stand up, maybe while they're seated and then when they stand as well. Right? You can take one while they're seated, or it will be too wide for you. Yeah, you can stand. Do they come forward? Yes, please. So this is for the books, and we immortalize the moment. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate all your contributions that you've made this particular discussion very interesting. From farm to market, the role of standards, certification and value chains, and of course, that is very important. Once you have the marks of certification, then you know you're good to go. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I know our time is far much spent, and I don't want just to also give you a chunk of so much. I've elected to take the next conversation maybe in the afternoon. We'll have had another panel discussion, but I know going back to back, that will be, what do they call it? Soporific. Is it soporific? A big word that will induce some sleep, right? So I don't want anyone to be induced to sleep. I want you come back in the afternoon and also participate in the next session. But in the meantime, just briefly, I'd mentioned earlier that we're expecting our PS from the Ministry of Agriculture to be here, and he has sent the Agriculture Secretary, Dr. Peter Owoko, who is here to say something on his behalf, just briefly. And we know they are our key partner for this particular conference, our anchor partner. And I want just to extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Peter Owoko to kindly just come and give a brief remark or remarks on behalf of the PS Ministry of Agriculture. A round of applause as he comes. A round of applause as he comes to the podium. Thank you, Dr. Will you use this or you want to use this one? Okay, so.
Good afternoon. Your audience is dead, I'm sure there are always 2 bad hours to come before your audience. Just before lunch and again immediately after lunch. At those 2 times, the biological activities are usually very diverse. We are sorry for coming in late. We were supposed to be a little bit here earlier. But because of another meeting which had also been organized, we were just actually across here, and ideally it was supposed to end early around 10, but it extended. The subject was just this. A smallholder farmer is that if you are to market tea, whether my colleague from KEBS is outside, and you must get 17, is it 10 or 17, but a big number of certifications. You must pay for it. So this, for a smallholder farmer, makes it a little bit uncompetitive. And a few other questions were also coming up. This agency, you are today the bill that is coming up should look into. Can we be able to facilitate trade other than becoming an obstacle to that trade? You look at that and you look at our theme for this year's conference, empowering market opportunities in contract farming. It's very, very well aligned. The other things which I've also found being discussed here is the issue of producing for the market as opposed to producing and searching for the market. Most of the time we do produce, most small-scale farmers. Then you start looking for the market, you just have a few bags of some produce and you are complaining that there is no market. The other way is the truth. The market is there, it is you who does not have the volumes. So those are some of the things which are very well addressed by contract farming. The other thing that must also be addressed in a contract farming is the issue of sustainable supply. A contract, to some extent, obligates you to meet certain requirements, and therefore you are expected to supply as when it's required as per that contract. So the contract farming becomes a very important instrument in assuring the smallholders that they will always find market for their produce. So it's assuring them of their livelihood. You can see how important contract farming is. The other significant thing that we must mention is that Kenya, like many other African countries, is dominated by smallholder producer. Up to 80% of our produce comes from smallholder producers. You mentioned the key sectors. Talk about tea, coffee, sugarcane, and even staple foods like maize. Most production is coming from the smallholder producer. So we must look for a way of strengthening contract farming so that by the time the producer is coming out to the produce, they have a place to deliver their produce, and then they're able to continue with their other activities. That assists them in also addressing the issues of efficiencies in terms of marketing, reducing costs, and creating more farming opportunities. But for this also to happen, then the producer must also be aware of some of the things which are being discussed here. The issues of standards, quality. What does that mean? It means that the producers must synchronize their approaches. They must synchronize the kind of production that they're undertaking in terms of the seed type, in terms of the timing of operation, so that you harvest at the same time, but also harvest commodity of the same quality. Maybe an example is where somebody is producing variety of rice, say Pishori. The other person is producing, say, BW. There used to be a variety called BW. The cooking qualities are different. So if you are to do contract farming, and then you are to aggregate your produce, which is one of the aspects of contract farming, the qualities and the standards must be the same, or else it's not going to allow you to have a standard product for the market. I think the previous speakers have also spoken to issues of resilience, but we must also think in terms of inclusivity. What do we mean by inclusivity? We must think in terms of ensuring that women and youth are also properly taken care of, because they are the key actors in the agriculture sector today. The youth constitute the largest population. The farming community is aging, but the women most of the time are the ones found working in our farms. So as we say that, there are very many challenges that we are exposed to in farming, but with contract farming, there are a few questions that we must ask ourselves. How can farmers better position themselves to meet the quality, safety, and volume requirements? 2, how can agribusiness design fair, reputably, and sustainably contracts that build trust other than tension between the producer and the other party in the contract? And then lastly, how do we leverage on innovation, digital platform, financial tools, and climate smart technologies in order to enhance contract farming? Do we ensure that smallholder farmers benefit from emerging opportunities, or all we say is that once we have grown the contract, that is how the contract is? I think it is important that we look at that if we were to ensure that we explore the existing market opportunities. This conference, therefore, provides us with valuable space to reflect on challenges, assumptions, share expectations, share experiences, and build on partnerships that move us from potential to action. Over the course of our discussions, I encourage everyone to participate, to engage openly, ask difficult questions, and contribute solutions that can shape the future of contract farming in our region. As we explore market opportunities, let us remember that the goal is not only to grow markets, but also to grow the people, to empower farmers, transform rural livelihoods, and build sustainable competitive agriculture sector that thrive in today's global economy. So, without tearing you for long, allow me to now make sure that I release you so that you go for lunch. I believe you are going for lunch. As I conclude that as a government, we are supporting this forum because we realize the importance of engaging between the producers and those who do the other parts of the value chain, the suppliers, the aggregators, and the financiers. And we realize that farmers who have contracts also stand a better opportunity of getting credit facilities. Thank you very much and have fruitful deliberation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Peter. We really appreciate the Agriculture Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, speaking on behalf of the PS, Dr. Paul Kiprono Rono, who, as you've heard from the Secretary, was not able to be here because there was another event running concurrently, but nonetheless, he has spoken, and we've heard, and we thank him for speaking to us quite movingly through Daktari. And yes, you can see the common overarching theme that is standing out also from the PS as well is about quality, is about integration and interface of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and of course, where we are at the digital age, how can we make sure that is integrated in our smart farming phase where we are in this epoch of time in the history of from farm to the plates. I want to thank you so much for being amazingly patient, and I will want to release you right now to go for your lunch. Kindly also, it is instructive to note that we are not providing lunch, so you can just find your way to the food courts outside the conference hall, where you can be able to, of course, get what you or what you can actually buy, and then come back here at around, I think if you take around, it is 141, around 2:15, that will be okay. Since we're not lining up anywhere, I think it will be quite easy for us to make our way back here on time so that we can pick up on the next session that we've brought it to the afternoon session, which was meant to be a panel discussion also in this forum as well. So, may the good Lord bless your water and the bread as you go to partake or your lunch this afternoon. I declare you dismissed. Thank you.
Shiva. You're such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why. kidogo.
kunakuwa na maswali. Acha hiyo tukanyagie. Zimetokea vitu.
I think so. Leo moja.
Yeah. come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mommy, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down the beatings.
Welcome back. So we want to call the meeting to order. If you're still in the exhibition booths, kindly walk back to the plenary so that we can pick up on where we left on the program. So far, so good. We've gotten a very interesting trenchant of conversations, and I hope you're taking notes. I hope you're learning something. And I've been talking to some people, they're looking forward to the deal rooms that will continue our pace. So I think that is the clincher of contract farming, because also you want to come and bag a contract. So this is a place where we have the confluence of connection and the hub of connectivity between the farmer, the financier, facilitators in between. If you want to know also where you can get some good consultancy, they are all here, and make sure you take advantage of that. Even as we've had that particular break, I hope you've been spreading yourself around in all the booths that we do have here. And as I've mentioned before we go to the session this afternoon, we want to appreciate also our sponsors who are here. We've had sessions with Cereal Growers Association. That was a side event, and I hope also you benefited exceedingly from that particular session. Mercy Corps, we want to appreciate you as well. Sunflower Events Secretariat, we appreciate you. Agriculture Sector Network, the voice of Kenyan agriculture, we appreciate you. Unga Holdings Limited, Sustainable Agriculture Foundation, Davies and Shutcliffe should say, Pembe,
We have Sophie. We do have Kenya Bureau of Standards. We were talking about certification as well. We have Ramani, Cowan, European Union, Agritech. We have also Review Africa, African Agribusiness, AgriFocus, Impact. We have Agrifin, and I hope I've not left anyone out. If I do, of course, I shall be mentioning you in the subsequent sessions that we'll be having as well. But more so, we want to thank profusely Sunflower Event Secretariat, who are the cog and the linchpin of this particular conference. Ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, I just want to make another call. If you're still out in the booths, kindly, we want to begin the afternoon session. I can see time is ticking away from us. We were meant to be here by 2:30, so 2:35 is when I began. I'm taking a little bit of some time to welcome you back. So kindly come back so that we may also finish on time. Ladies and gentlemen, we had said that we'll take another session this afternoon, and that's why we need to begin early so that we can also catch up on time. I know by now we should be talking about sustainability and climate resilient contract farming, but we'll be remiss if we don't look at closing the finance and investment gap for contract farmers. And this session is very pivotal. And maybe just to give you an inkling of what it's talking about is we want to explore how access to finance and tailor-made financial solutions can unlock the full potential of contract farming. It will highlight approaches to closing the financing gap for smallholder farmers, innovative credit and investment models, and strategies to foster stronger collaboration between financial institutions, agribusiness, and farmer organizations. And there has been a question expressed here. You have a huge tract of land, but you don't know where to start. Where do you get the facilitation, the finances for you to prop you up and get started with your business? So this is where the conversation is happening, and it will be good for you to keep out your ear to listen in so that you can know how to get started. So the discussion areas: who is investing in contract farmers in Africa today? That's the probing question. Innovative financing mechanism for contract farming, for instance, credit guarantees, blended finance, the role of banks, microfinance institutions, and agri-tech platforms in expanding access to capital. Also designing financial products that align with the structure of contract farming agreements, stimulating investment in value addition and infrastructure to improve market readiness. So I will not introduce the session speakers. I will leave that to the moderator who will be taking us through this particular session. And I want to invite the moderator right now to just come and take this away. Ruga. Kindly put your hands together for the power-dressed moderator. He's got a power suit, really meaning, big business this afternoon, right? So what we're expecting from him, of course, is a very engaging conversation this afternoon. Thank you so very much. Let's keep time. I give it back to you. I want just to call the panelists, if they're here, to walk over to the stage. I'll begin with Bruce Chemjor. Senior Project Manager, co-lead or co-lead. He'll give us also an introductory remark. We have Dr. Esther Mushemi, Group CEO, Samchi Group. Dr. Esther Mushemi, you can't see her. Nancy Kinyanjui, Managing Director, Avenues Kenya. Thank you, Nancy. Penny Musengi, Founder, CEO, Pesira Limited. Thank you, Penny. Samuel Karanja, Senior Regional Agriculture Manager, Mercycorps Agrifin. I think it's Mercycorps. Are you here? Equity Bank. Anyone from Equity Bank? If you're here, Agrifin. Also, if you have a representative from there, KCB Treasury. Cooperative Bank. I think this is very pivotal so that the bankers can tell us what sort of facilities they do have that will be of interest to the farmers that we do have here. John Kabuda, Program Coordinator, Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility, RK FinFA, and IFAD. Thank you so much. Dr. Welcome. It's good to see you. Last year, I know, Dr. you gave a feisty speech in the afternoon. Our eyes were just popping out. So it's good to see you. And we hope to also just get some luminary insights from all of you. Thank you very much. I hand it over to our able MC.
For this session, we'll be talking about closing the finance and investment gap. Sorry about that. We're just preparing ourselves.
No, we have not.
As I was saying, this session is about closing the finance and investment gap for contract farmers. And before we do anything, I think we should start with introductions. I'll start from my immediate left.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good. My name is Nancy Kinyanjui. I'm the Managing Director for Avenues Kenya. Avenues Kenya is a CBK-regulated fintech that focuses on unlocking liquidity gaps in the agriculture value chain. We are very sector-focused. We don't lend to any other sector, just the agriculture sector. And one of the things that we've seen, and in the spirit of the conversation today, we support the value chain and the contract farming at the stage where it's very important, which is the traders and buyer layer, because we understand that without liquidity, without the buyer having liquidity, the farmer doesn't get paid. So we are very keen on making sure that trade flows across the value chain, the agriculture value chain, by ensuring that we are injecting liquidity at the point at which the trade flows. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Bruce. You can hear me. My name is Bruce Chamjor. I work as a senior project manager with COLID, which is a private sector association based in Brussels, implementing programs within the agriculture space in African, Caribbean, Pacific states. We have been existing for the last 50 years, supporting promotion of trades within local, regional, and international markets. And I am responsible for monitoring our programs in Eastern Africa, Ethiopia, that is Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, as well as Somali. As an organization, we are quite keen to promote trade, looking at the challenge that we see within the sector. I think if you talk about agriculture, the key thing that comes to mind is market access, and the other one is access to finance, which we'll be discussing this afternoon. So as a program, we have tools, we have capacity building initiatives to promote this. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. you can introduce yourself.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Esther Mushemi. I'm the CEO of the Samshi Group of Company. Samshi Group of Companies is a conglomerate of many companies. we are in telecommunication, we are in real estate. Actually, we are about 10 companies. The latest is in agriculture. And when I think of agriculture and me being in that sector, I usually laugh and enjoy myself, because when I was growing up, I hated agriculture, farming with a passion. But today, I was just sharing with somebody, it brings such joy in my life, to the extent that sometimes I feel there are businesses I do because of money, but there are businesses I do because of the satisfaction I get therein. Having said that, because my background is accounting, I am a trained accountant, I don't believe in engaging in loss situation. So I'm one of those people who want to advocate. We must make agriculture a profitable venture, and we must start speaking to the gaps that have made agriculture such a sector that people don't want to engage in, especially the young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. You can hear me? My name is Penny Musengi. I'm the CEO and founder of Pesira, which is an agri-fintech. We operate at the intersection of finance, commerce, and technology. We are solving the digital and financial divide in agriculture, putting farmers first in agri-businesses. We go ahead to digitize farmers for free. Currently in Kenya, we are working with over 600,000 farmers. We ensure that they have transactional ledgers. We incorporate AI-driven credit rating, market linkages for them to be credit-worthy, for us to push for new financing models, and having financing partners come on the platform to support them. Having said that, we realize the entire cultural sector is fragmented, so we build agri-systems for everyone, from aggregators, agro-processors, development partners, government linking them, so that they can either be predict yield, source more, have markets, have information, and that is what now we call a multi-stakeholder platform. Thank you.
Thank you.
I work with Masiko Agrifin. We are a regional project supporting what we do, we catalyze digital innovations. So working with innovators, the innovations in the ecosystem to have a more digitally interconnected farmer. So my role at Masiko Agrifin, I lead our work on agriculture for our Africa region. Glad to sit next to Penny here. We're actually in discussions on how we can be able to work together to scale their digital platform. So looking forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go straight to the questions. My MC told me that time is not on our side. We should not take more time and inconvenience the other session. I'll go straight to Nancy. From your experience supporting agri-traders, how can digital platforms unlock working capital and strengthen liquidity across agricultural supply chain?
Thank you. I think for us to talk about liquidity, we first need to understand the reasons and the drivers that make liquidity scarce for agribusinesses. We've all heard the statistic that agriculture contributes 34% to our GDP, right? But only 4% of the commercial lending gets to this sector. And the reason for that is because the sector is seen as a very, very risky sector. So financials are normally very shy to put in liquidity and capital into the sector. One of the things that you cannot talk about digital and not talk about data. So one of the things digital actors like Avenues do is we rely on data largely, and I like that Penny spoke to that as well, to sort of de-risk the sector. How do we do that? When you want to inject liquidity to the agribusinesses, most traditional lenders will ask for collateral. Half the time, these agribusinesses do not have that collateral. but they are trading. They have invoices, they have delivery notes, they have relationships with their buyers, they have relationship with their distributors, and that is data that does not come to the mainstream financial institutions. So we leverage that data. We are able to take that data and also sort of digitize the relationship, the trade relationship that happens between a trader and their buyer, or a stockist and their distributor. We use that data to create a credit profile for that agri-SME, and we are able, as long as we can quantify the risk, it means that we can also be able to on-lend and inject liquidity to them. The other thing that digital transformation or digital innovation drives in this sector in terms of liquidity is the speed at which the trader gets that financing. We're in a sector that flows very quickly. A missed payment or a missed disbursement means the trader is missing an order, and that's a missed opportunity. So what digital helps is making sure that the money is moving as quickly as possible. Like if you look at what we do as a digital lender, a licensed digital lender, is we are very keen on onboarding processes. All our processes are digital. There is no human intervention at any point. And that's where the power of technology comes in. It's able to make sure that speed of delivery in terms of injecting the capital, because we understand that trade moves very, very quickly. So financing has to follow trade and not the other way around, where trade has to wait until financing comes in. So digital transformation is very important. It helps in terms of de-risking the client and making sure that the client has a profile and can be bankable, quote unquote. And number two, making sure that there is speed of delivery in terms of capital getting to the trader.
With that said, what financing gaps remain for traders and SMEs within contract farming, and how can they be tailored? How can we tailor the financial products to bridge these gaps?
The age-old gap, which is collateral, physical collateral, which, as I mentioned earlier, most of them do not have. And one way to mitigate that is to, of course, use data as the new collateral. There's a lot of information that we collect. We can be able to digitize that and create new profiles for these previously excluded profiles. Number two, another gaps that come in is, yes, there are financial products in the market, but are they matched to the nuances of the trade? You'll find, for example, that someone wants to fulfill an order. They have an LPO, but they want financing from the bank. And for example, the onboarding process will take long, like 3 months. By the time they are getting the financing, the order has already passed, or the buyer has already found someone else who can fulfill that order. So there is a mismatch in the financial products in the market not being aligned to the trade cycles in the market. Those are very key gaps that for us, where we have come in and we are doing trade financing and underwriting trade transactions, is to ensure that we are aligning that specific product to the trade cycle. Again, on misalignment is, are we looking at the trade cycle and looking at the buyer payments and aligning the repayment from the trader with the buyer payment? Or are we giving a trader loan and then telling them, you need to pay me, yet we have not checked at what point is this trader getting the payment? So you have to align every financing that you're giving to the trader to the cycle. If the cycle is 45 days, you align the credit to 45 days, not 7 days, not 14 days. It creates a mismatch in the market. So the products are there, but they are not necessarily aligned to the market. And that's why us as Avenues, because we only lend to the agriculture sector, we know the nuances and we tailor our product specifically to that, so that we are able to close all these gaps that we see in the industry.
That's well said, aligning your products to the needs. The next question I'll take to Bruce. As you mentioned, COLID works extensively across horticulture value chains. Where do you see the biggest opportunities for investment in value addition and infrastructure to enhance market readiness for contract farmers?
Thank you very much. As you mentioned correctly, we have been there for the last 50 years within specifically the horticulture sector, and we see a lot of opportunities for business in this segment. One of the areas that we see has tremendous opportunity is the post-harvest or post-handling facilities that we see we can be able to utilize the commodities, and I can give an example of value chains as mango, as avocado, even potatoes. They have tremendous opportunity to get more value from them. So as we see, we have up to 40%, let's say between 30 even up to 60% of loss of product, and this is an area that we see a huge possibility to be able to trade more or to get more value from it. And here we can have two ways. So we know we have the solar, and in Africa here we have quite plenty of sun, and we can utilize this sort of technologies to have drying facilities that can process products like mangoes for the local market, for the regional market, as well as the international markets, which is a possibility that we see. We also see cold room investments. So we have requests for frozen products, avocado in different kind of markets, and this is an opportunity that we can tap into. Farmers, exporting companies can tap into the segment and be able to have more value. Some of these produce are already, let's say, lost before the farm gates. So this is one of the areas that we see possibilities, opportunities for investment. The second area as well linked to that is the processing bit. If you look at the avocado segment, which we see is the leading fruit within the horticulture sector in Kenya, and we see a lot of investment by companies and also by investors from outside, there's less, we see less of processing to have products like oil and other products that can have more value. We only focus on fresh, which has its own challenges related to quality, rejects, etc. So this is an area that we see has possibility. And even as we are working on that, because if you look at the current investments, it's more producing crude, which is then shipped and added value in external countries to have that final product, whether it's a cosmetic or whichever kind of product. So if we have that here, and focus beyond the crude oil so that then the final product lives here, then the value remains within the country. So that's one of the areas that we see as opportunity for investment, looking at that. The second space we see is the investment in digital infrastructure, and Nancy has clearly elaborated opportunities within there as avenues. So two ways about it. So there's the supply chain management. In the earlier sessions we talked about market access, traceability systems from production all the way to the market, and this is an area to be able to guarantee confidence from the investors, from the buyers. Investing in this kind of technologies will really enhance opportunities, production, and even more value there. So that's an area that we see. It will also increase, of course, transparency as we all gear towards exporting more, but also consuming more within Kenya, and also exploring the regional market. So that's an area that we can look at, but also from the digital side of finance, as we are speaking this afternoon, they have various innovative solutions, as mentioned, and I'm not going to repeat. And these are opportunities by companies, by producers to strengthen their cash flows, credit lines, to be able to access some of the markets. They have orders, but then they are not able to supply. I think as we're speaking now, we have a lot of order for example, for the avocado, which is renowned for the quality. But companies are not able to target and access this market because of the financing gap that they have. So this is part of the things that we see investment should go towards there. And it's good to see that even as we're speaking, companies or producers can be able to access finance just directly from their phone based on their profile. So I think those are the two main things I would see as opportunities based on our view of the sector. Thank you.
When it comes to capacity building, what initiatives better align contract farmers with certification and market requirements to attract more investors?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question, and also listening through the sessions in the morning. When you're looking at capacity building efforts, one of the ways that we need to work with is collaboratively within the sector. So not to operate in silos, but just to bring both stakeholders from the private sector as well as the public sector together to address some of these gaps, some of these challenges that we see in the sector. Some could be policy issues, but others could be operational or infrastructure based that can be addressed. But yes, more broadly, as COLID, we supported through a previous program that we're implementing in Kenya to bring together these stakeholders and establish the National Horticulture Task Force, which is now renamed and known as the Horticulture Standing Committee, which brings together all these stakeholders to address this, but also very important in terms of capacity building efforts by the different stakeholders. So we talk about good agricultural practices, which is key when you talk about contract farming and we talk about production. So this is one of the areas that we need to look at. We have a local standard known as KS 1758, which is mandatory. But as we go through the farms, I think some farmers are not even aware. Yet we are saying it's mandatory. We have for the global markets standards like Global GAP, Organic Certification, Fair Trade, and it will take a concerted effort to be able to build capacity of the farmers, understand their language, because again, we have to operate in their space, talk in a language that they understand. And through our programs, we have had a cascade approach. So we capacitate companies to be able to draft contracts that are suitable and also friendly to the producers and that are sustainable. And also through that, they're able to build capacity on these issues that I've mentioned on good agricultural practices. So that's an approach that we see as one of the ways, providing simplified tools that they can understand in even local languages as Kiswahili, but also pictorials that are quickly and easy to grasp those concepts that we want them to take. But also lastly, looking at capacity building, we should anchor within the frameworks of the national policies. We have the BETA, which is the government initiative, but also continental level. We have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which again, looking at that is an opportunity that we can have that ecosystem to continue to build capacity and avail these opportunities to the farmers, as well as the other frameworks, the East African Community, African Union, and even the big market that we have out there for EU. We have the EU-Kenya Partnership Agreement, which offers tremendous market for products. And so farmers and companies need to know these opportunities, and they can only know this through awareness, and that's where capacity building comes in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Dr. Mushemi. She had a very interesting introduction from not loving agriculture to loving agriculture, from finance to agriculture again. From that journey of building a successful enterprise, what lessons can be learned to designing financial products that truly match the realities of farmers and agri-SMEs and contract farming models?
Thank you for that question. But let me start by acknowledging the importance of this conversation that we are having today. Agriculture is a key sector in this country and in Africa at large. There is no government worth its salt that would think of growing and developing and improving its citizens while ignoring agriculture. As I've said severally, Africa will either feed the world themselves, or the world will feed itself, including Africa, by using the resources in Africa, major of that resource being the land and the youth, i.e. the human resources. And as much as there are many problems aiding agriculture, the financial limitation is becoming and looking major and key to developing agriculture. The financial needs in agriculture comes way before you have even starting the planting, so to speak. In fact, from where I sit, that cost is major, and probably it is the one that significantly is limiting the entrance into that sector. Look at this. For some of us, especially those who come from Mulima, a place where the land is in decimus today, we need probably to buy land if we want to go in serious agriculture. We probably will need to fence it, probably dig a borehole, irrigate, etc. The question is this: where is the capital to finance that? Who believes in the farmer at this point I keep on wondering. Well, the banks, as they are structured today, may consider the farmer too risky. What do we therefore need? In my opinion, we need a mindset shift in the whole of the financial sector. We need a financial sector that is sensitive to the special needs of the farmer and farming and agriculture in general. I ask myself and I wonder, can a farmer get credit to prepare the land? The answer should be yes. Otherwise, you'll never get started. Well, one thing that I've learned over the years is that there are no two farmers or two agribusinesses that are the same. Each has a different cycles. The challenges are different. Even when you are neighboring each other, the challenges will be different. The cash flow patterns will be different depending on the sector you are operating in. Are you growing avocado or are you growing tomatoes? The cash flows will be different. Because of that, I come from the school of thought that believes you cannot have what I would call a product that will fit all. We should call ourselves to wanting to understand every area that we are interested in. The banks need to come down to us and ask ourselves, what does the tomato farmer need? What does the avocado farmer need? What does the chicken farmer need? What does the cow farmer need? Because all these businesses are very unique. So if we continue sitting in our ivory tower somewhere, we will never be able to understand the financial needs of the farmer. The farmer will need to be understood. The farmer will need to be taken from a point that not only do they have a list that we can quantify, but there are certain risks that are difficult to quantify. There are certain risks that we call risks of nature. For example, one time my land was flooded from nowhere and the crop disappeared. Now, thank God I had not taken a loan, because if I had, they would have come for what now? The plant is gone, the crop is gone, they would have come for my land, the security, oh my good Lord. Then those are the real risks that face us as the farmer. We also need to be understood in terms of our cash flows, in terms of understanding the basic accounting, because until we also understand basic accounting, when you tell me to give you financial statement to support me, chances are we have not even kept records for years. So where do we start? Where do you begin understanding this farmer? I strongly feel, and I guess this is never taught in the schools, that there is an empathy, an understanding, a moral standing, a moral position, so to speak, that we need to take even as we design the finance needs of the farmer. At times, I think, and especially because we are talking of contract farming, why don't we see a lot of tripartite agreements where the producer, i.e. the farmer, and the person buying the goods, and the bank are all tied together in an agreement. Usually the producer is more of usually the market person is more of the king in this relationship. What if that king, that bigger person, the big brother, so to speak, was able to guarantee the farmer? Because they believe in the product I'm producing for them. Why are they not willing to take a part of the risks? When I talk about capital, I don't only want to add myself to the banks and formal institutions. What about the B2B relationships? For example, I get a lot of support by the person, from the person I grow my crop for, because they will give me the seeds. Some of them will even give me the fertilizer, so to speak. But let me tell you, this can only happen if we have built trust over time. Therefore, from where I sit, I think one of the things that we need to start having conversation is how do we build trust? How do we build trust as people who are in the same ecosystem? Because trust, by the way, mitigates a lot of the risks. But the bottom line is this. This conversation is timely, and we must push for it. And the action is now, not today. I get a bit frustrated when I come into conferences year in, year out, and we are coming to talk about the same thing. What about if we push ourselves this time round to the actions and start monitoring ourselves? Are we moving forward, or we are still where we were last year? I would like to come next year, where we shall be discussing and assessing what did we achieve. When all is said and done, when we have shared what we have shared, are we still where we are, or we have moved steps ahead?
Thank you, Daktari. To my second question, now that we have Penny and Nancy in our panel here, this is my second question to you. How can the private sector play a stronger role in de-risking agriculture to attract more commercial investment?
If I was to tell the truth, and I hope I'll tell you the truth, I'm very opinionated on this matter. Let me start by giving you an example. One time I was invited in a room where all the big corporations were there. In fact, I wondered, what am I doing in this room? And I listened to them, and I asked myself, do these people really think of the small, medium people? This country, and let me be specific to my country because I understand my country a lot more. 80% of the population is in the SMEs. This tells me only probably it's 20% that are up there. So if I'm talking of lifting the standards of people, of my people, I can't and I have to stop focusing on 20 and coming down to the 80. And I asked myself, and honestly, I felt like almost emotional, and I asked myself, And I'll take an example of, just an example, probably they were not in the room. Let's take, for example, Kenya Breweries, for argument's sake. And I'm telling you they are not, it's just for example, as an example, because I know them a little bit. And I said, there are farmers who grow barley for them. Small, medium farmers somewhere in Kisumu, somewhere in Laikipia, or wherever they are. And my question to myself was, do they really care enough to support this farmer who feeds into that big industry they own, who feeds into the profitability that they declare year in, year out? Are they willing and ready to share just a bit of that? Just a bit of that. What if they said, 1% of the profit we are going to make, we are going to support our farmers. Let me assume that 1% is 1B. I'm just using figures. Do you know what 1B can do to the small, medium enterprises, agriculture, farmers in Kisumu, in Northeastern, yet removing only 1B from the 80 Bs you declare as net profit is so insignificant from where I sit. So, over the years I have learned that trust mitigates a lot of risk. I want that person I trade with to trust me. Just knowing and agreeing to demonstrate good faith is very important. And therefore, without a doubt, private sector has a huge role to play. They have to get out of the narratives spread over the years, e.g., that agriculture can never be profitable. They have to calm down, as I said earlier on, to where the farmer is. They must be willingly and openly and genuinely share the risks with the farmer. For example, today I was happy that there is somebody who said and confirmed that there is insurance cover that is available for the farmer today. 2 years down the line, I was shopping for that and I could not get it. The moment we start coming up with things that can mitigate this risk, we will automatically see the financial aspect of agriculture improving. What about partnership? What partnership can the private sector craft? I have been doing aggregation for a certain big company, a foreign company. I have also seen, because I'm involved in the mechanization of the sugar industry in some of the sugar factories. And when somebody earlier on was saying that we import sugar in this country, that we import rice in this country, having seen the struggle of the sugar farmers somewhere, because they cannot even afford to pay me to cultivate their land. Surely the private sector, especially the big brother, I want to be able to challenge them today that they need to come and fill in the gaps and create partnerships, and not only partnerships among the big ones, but we want to see partnership between the big, the medium, and the small. And even the small, I want to encourage them to look at themselves as people who, when they come together, there is power in coming together. I liked when somebody said earlier on that if the government can't help us, let's design and craft ways of helping ourselves. Now, another challenge that I've found and come across is what we call contractual relationship. And I was lucky to listen to a bit of that conversation. And somebody asked, who takes care of the interests of the farmer? For me, I would ask, the question is all rounded. Who takes care of each person's interest? Because I believe in a win-win situation for everybody. Let me again, I'm a very practical person. Let me again give you an example. One time I was involved in piloting for one of the big off-takers. And we were growing dengu. I don't know what they are called in English. Yeah, dengu. What are they called?
Green grams.
Yes. And we supported the farmers, so to speak. But we missed something. And let me tell you what we missed. We missed the fact that this farmer or these farmers have school-going children. So what happens? When the dengos were in the middle of somewhere, the farmer needed school fees. So a broker comes in. The broker then tells these farmers, I will let you school fees and you give me the dengos when they are harvested. Imagine that was the head of our deal. Because the big guy never saw this risk. And the question was, there was nowhere we would go back to, because the contractual relationship did not exist, so to speak. We could not reinforce it. So I have always asked myself, how would that be handled from a legal perspective? Also, our court processes, even if it was there. Now, am I going to take a Odi car to court for 200 shillings? So there are so many questions that needs to be asked. Now, we need, and I feel, education is very important. We must educate the farmer to understand the market, to understand the quality, and I was happy to witness the conversation about standards that was here before. We must think of the whole ecosystem. Finance can never be sorted without thinking and talking about the market, about the technology around it, around the education around it. I was talking with one of the organizers earlier on, and she told me that if she was in a place of influence, one of the things we would do is to go back to agriculture in school. Therefore, I want us to call ourselves to a position of shared responsibility. Whether you are in the finance sector, or whether you are in the government, whether you are in the private sector, we want to be able to do that. So, I think that's my contribution.
Thank you for that. It was well elaborated. My question to you, now that Daktari has already spoken, now that you're in the fintech area, how can agri-fintech model accelerate inclusion for small-scale farmers within the contract farming ecosystem?
Thank you for that question. You can hear me? Okay. Daktari has been very elaborative, so I'm going to try and simplify it. So first things first. We've talked about new financing models where we remove aspects of collateral security. We've talked about partnerships. We've talked about trust. We've talked about partnership and bringing ecosystem users together. So as Pesira, what we've done is we've built a multi-stakeholder platform where we plug in financial institutions like EcoBank APA. However, starting from the farmer and digitizing the farmer for free, noting that they have been deemed very risky, there are certain things that can make them creditworthy. Having financial records where we capture transactional ledgers, using a digital platform where you capture agronomical data like seeds they're using, soil type, market, linking them with markets in the same platform, having access to inputs and supplies. What does this do? In terms of credit rating, instead of the traditional credit rating module, we're using mobile statement and bank statement, and 70% are operating outside the banking sector. We're able to take that agronomical data and give the farmer a refined credit rating. However, the fact that they're in the ecosystem, getting a contract from aggregators, agro-processors in the system, we've de-risked repayment, but also want to de-risk disbursement. On the same platform, they're able to get input loans, but then there's also an issue that Daktari raised. What if they get the input loans, they go to plant, and then something happens, climate. So we've also looked at embedded finance. Can we insure their loans so that there's loan protection cover? No one is coming to uproot their crops or taking their cow. Secondly, can we insure them even as a farmer? So we've looked at the data, come up with products as little as 50 shillings. 50 shillings, you're getting insurance cover of your produce up to 50,000. You're getting your loan protection. No one is asking you for collateral. So let's move a bit further. Again, how do we get these services to the farmers? You want them to access last mile delivery, financial services through digital payments, that is through their phone, and through e-wallets. So now in that aspect of fintech is having an applicable localized solution that is accessible to farmers. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Before Samuel takes the last question, the audience should be preparing your Q&A. We can get like 1 or 2 questions as I ask Samuel this question. In terms of market systems and scalable financing models. Samuel, what market facilitation models have shown the most promise in sustainably financing small holders and SME within contract farming structure?
Thank you. I think coming last, you suffer because my previous speakers, the powerful 2 ladies, they have preempted what I wanted to say. And I also don't want to sing to the choir because essentially they have talked through the whole process of the how to do contract management. So essentially I will not even talk about the different market facilitation models. I was just thinking about what would make those models work and where are they failing. So my initial idea of thinking is we always talk a lot about value proposition. I have faced a similar challenge like Dr. Esther, being a farmer back during the height of COVID. And I had a contract of potato farming with one of the e-commerce platforms that has now gone under. And it was doing about 200 acres of potato with them. But when it came to honoring the contract, they got a bigger farmer who was doing over 1,000 acres in Mauna Rock, and they saw the costs of doing logistics and coming to small farms was not worth it. So they did not honor the contract. So I think they have alluded to all these challenges. So what should we do to make, as an ecosystem, make these different market models work? Contract farming being one. There are quite a number of them that, especially with the advent of technology, digital platforms like what Pesira is doing. So what are those market incentives that will make them work? So I go back to the word value proposition. On the last question you asked about financing models, again, I feel digital systems, digital platforms will come to really help the smallholder farmers access, especially alternative credit, because we know why the banks, the commercial banks, even fintechs, they are kind of shy to lend to farmers. It's not that farmers, they have maybe their portfolios are doing poorly in terms of the banks. It's just because of the high cost of administration for the banks to go to meet small different farmers for a ticket size of maybe 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. They better go to Dr. Esther, Samchi Group, and they give her $1 billion and I'm done. So those administrative costs that makes banks shy to lend smallholder farmers, I believe things like digital platforms will go a long way to provide things like alternative credit, so that a bank doesn't need to go to bring farmers together and start doing the KYCs. So if you have a credit scoring with a partner, say a digital platform, an agtech with a fintech or a bank, then it becomes easy of course, credit becomes cheaper. And of course, lastly, it's maybe something on data. If we can be able to have better data sharing mechanism for agtechs and fintechs, I feel some of those challenges that we're experiencing in agriculture can be able to be solved. Everyone is keeping their own data, and we are talking about the same farmer. So a farmer who is doing livestock is still the farmer doing potatoes, green grams, and the rest. So I feel that if we are to bridge that gap, we need to do better in terms of data sharing in the country. Thank you.
Asante sana. To our audience, do we have a question? We have one, we have two. Kindly hand up the mics.
Before the question, I've asked Mercy Corps whether we can share something we've been thinking about of financing farmers. We're trying to put our heads together. What if farmers and their ventures could be like capital markets, where you list that you're doing poultry, or you're raising pigs, or you have a small farm in Odaya or Kirinyaga. Then you put there. Then you indicate that you have a contract. You could be having a contract with Savannah Honey for 5 years, but then what you're lacking is capital. But in the same platform, you have inputs. Now remember the last mile delivery for digital wallets. So a financier or a partner or an investor, diaspora or anyone, like Dr. Mushemi, comes to the platform. They see that you need 1 million, 500 is going to input mechanization, but then you don't give the farmer. The input supply and mechanization is paid on the platform, and then you can see the contract is there, and then you run down the account using e-wallets, but then you're getting a return of 13%. That's another alternative way of financing, and that's what Pesira and Mercy Corps, we hope by January we can try and test it, pilot it, and then also give farmers a new way of financing. Thank you.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, can I go ahead?
Thank you for that. We had a question.
Yes. And it's actually not a question, but a comment. Following up on what Dr. Mushemi said about the 80% people in SMEs and 20% in the big industry. Similarly, our agriculture is basically 70% small scale, and so we have no choice but to pay attention, because we are feeding or eating from basically small scale farmers. In the morning, we heard that horticulture, 95% of horticulture is consumed locally, and 5% is what is exported. But what attention are we giving to this 95% market compared to the attention being given to the 5% export market? When you think even of our physical markets that would facilitate our buying, if you look at Gekomba, or any other markets around. They are not even accessible to many people. So I'm just saying we need to pay attention to our smallholder farmers because that is what we are. And my follow-up comment is there are models that work. Can we take a stock of that which is working and then replicate? I'm thinking of things like the coffee, where farmers go to factories and they get inputs on credit. Is there something like that that can be given to the other small farmers? And again, talking of priorities, we heard in the morning that we are importing a lot of our food, whether it's wheat, maize, rice, and priorities again. In Kenya, we have like the coffee fund to support coffee farmers. Why is it that we don't have a wheat fund or wheat fund or rice fund for our food security? And if you look at coffee, I think we consume locally only 4%. So maybe we need to think our priorities and see how we support the small scale, even as we address the larger industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, I really like that concept. Yeah, a platform, you list, I have a contract and I'm looking for investors, this is the money. I think that's a very, very dope concept. I hope it works. Now, my question, because the people with the money, the financiers are here, is why do you people find it so hard to finance concepts? I'll give an example. Someone, Mzungu.
You're not very audible.
Sawa sawa. Now I was saying, why do you people find it so hard to finance concepts? I'll give an example. A friend, jetted from London to Nairobi, and then he was like, exports is a very big business. So he did some micro research and then jetted back to London, and then he told me he went to a venture capital firm and presented the concept, and surprise, surprise, they gave him the money. Jetted back to Kenya, he's doing super well with the export thing. So I was thinking, to the young people, what we don't have is the cash. So why can't I also do what he did? Come up with a concept, say maybe I go to AA growers and then I tell them, may I have 400 acres of land and I want to be your outgrower farmer for whatever you have. So they agree. Why can't that entire concept, why can't I present it to a financer and hope they will finance it the way people in USA or London, UK, through the venture capital do? Because the problem we have here is the people, you people are willing to give money, the old people, they are exiting the agriculture space. It's like coming to tell my grandmother global GAP. Amuelewani, lakini mukiniambia tumeelewana, so I am sure I can deliver to the standards of the market, which is a win for the nation and a win for the financer, because product yangu haiwezi rejectiwa. So me as the young person who I am sure I can deliver, can't get the money from a concept, because again, I'm like, 20? I don't have a car for asset financing. So also rethink, just even if you can't do a lot of people, maybe do a project with like 10 people. See how someone presenting a concept can go, because I'm sure it can go a really long way. Alafu also, maybe you didn't hear me, I really like that idea, listing, I have a contract and I'm looking for people. I really like it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll direct that question to Nancy. Why is it hard to finance a concept?
I think basically capital flows where risk is measured, right? So the whole idea is how, as a financier, when I'm looking at the concept, I need to look at it from a risk perspective and see how can I cure the risk or how can I mitigate the risk. So most of the times you'll find maybe, and I will not speak to your friend's experience, but I can say this. One of the things that we are looking at as avenues to de-risk is trying to think outside the box to see how can we de-risk this business, because you also want to shift the mindset, as Dr. Mushemi spoke about, where the industry is seen as very risky. So one of the ways where we are de-risking, and it would come in handy when we are analyzing a concept, is the concept that we are looking at, how does it flow in terms of trade? I'll give you an example. We recently signed an agreement, a tripartite agreement with Kenya Meat Commission and Kenya Livestock Marketing Council. Kenya Livestock Marketing Council brings in all livestock traders from ASALs, right, arid, semi-arid areas that technically would not be bankable. They do not have a bank account. They do not have a registered business. They trade in cash, so they do not have business transactions that you can, verify and say, I'm going to get my payment, right? From a concept, if you're looking at it from a lens of a traditional banker, you'd say this livestock trader is not bankable because the risk is too high. I cannot trace where the repayment is going to come through, right? But now we bring in a partner and we say, this trader is going to come and sell their livestock to KMC, right? And they have history. They have trade delivering to KMC, right? So we leverage that relationship that they have, and the way we are able to lend to that livestock trader is because they have an anchor buyer who we can rely on. We have the liberty of waiting to be paid by KMC for 60 days. The trader does not have that liberty. They paid their supplier in cash, they want the buyer to pay in cash, right? So the whole concept is, how do I risk? If I can find a way to de-risk your concept, I can find a way to put money into it. So I think it's all looking at it from an angle of this concept, how does it look like? Is it a new concept? Has it been done before? If it has not been done before, what are the risk profiles? How can we mitigate? As long as you can mitigate the risk and you can reduce that risk, liquidity can flow into that. I don't know if I've captured your question well.
And maybe just to complement to what Nancy has said, I think also listening through the session this afternoon, understanding the language of investors is key. I think Dr. Mushemi has mentioned that education is important to be able to empower the MSMEs, which is the 80% on the lower scale, to understand the language with which investors are looking at businesses. Yeah? So looking at the business model, that's the first thing they will ask for you. So have you validated your business model to be able to make a sense that someone in Brussels or elsewhere can put the money in? Do you have a business plan? Do you have business records throughout the process? Do you have some financial planning? Do you have potential to scale? Do you impact the environment in a positive way or empower the farmers or the community? These are things that investors look at, and if you tick the boxes, I can tell you we have a lot of investors who actually are willing to invest at a lower interest, and you can easily get them on the website. And I can mention maybe one of the investors, and I'm not speaking on their behalf, it's called Campani. They look at these elements. Are you working with smallholder growers to empower them? And they have a minimum scale on that, and specific value chains, which then, if you tick the boxes, I'm sure they will be happy to put in their money there. Yeah, thanks.
As Ben is finalizing our session, as you answer him, we'll finalize with this question. What is the one transformative financing innovation that Africa must prioritize in the next 5 years to strengthen contract farming?
I really wanted to answer the question because, as my two panelists have said, but then let's simplify it. There was a farmer from Molo who talked about 90 acres. I have a concept, where do I get financing? But there's also someone who talked about information and data. Those two things are important. So as a farmer, can you find out where you can get inputs? Can you get a contract by just that information? And this is the information that you need. The information that you're getting, it's readily available. Caro can give it to you. Alliance Biodiversity, ICIPE can give it to you. In your land, can you be able to grow either beans, beans which are for your environment, nutritious beans, commercial viable within 3 months. In the same, maybe 2 acres, 90 acres, and you also do beekeeping. Savannah Honey will give you a contract off the shelf before you even start that beekeeping in your 5 years contract. That contract is as good as being able to be financed. So I'm going to repeat: information, data, then transactional ledgers and the records that you're keeping, your best practices. What does this do? De-risk yourself, because as you're coming to do embedded finance and we are financing you, we'll be able to tell you're not coming to claim the produce because it's viable. You're using certifiable seeds, you have a contract, you're doing best practices, you go to market, you can repay. At the same time, the bank is seeing that you're credit worthy. They can trace where you're getting your inputs. They've not given you the cash. They're actually paying for your inputs or mechanization, information and data. Now, towards what is going to be the biggest game changer, definitely digitization is key, because that can open us up to a lot of blockchain digitization aspects, where contracts are going to be foolproof, transparent between buyers, financiers, and farmers. At the same time, as you can see that we have different silos of data, and data is very critical. We want to have new financing modules. So application of AI, application of data, so we can have financing modules just specifically for agriculture. We can't be financed as other sectors. So I believe, let me just point those out. Those are the ones that I believe are going to be the future, and all of us can collaborate together. Thank you.
Asante sana. For the organizers, kindly, ICCF 2026, give us more time on financing. I think there is a lot more to be said. Asante sana. I hand over to Dibal.
Unbelievable. But they're asking for more time. We've given you, a well of time on this, and I think you've done a sterling job. A round of applause for the moderator there, and our panelists. We really do appreciate a good round of applause, please. And I know, yes, as you've ably mentioned, this really has a flash of interest, because I know this is a nexus of where we really have that confluence of meeting between the financier and the farmer, which is a big key when it comes to venture capital and knowing where to really invest even your money, the risk assessment that has to be done. There's a lot of permutations that really go around it, and I think you've explained it very well. And perhaps if you want maybe to get more information, because as we know it, we're really constrained of time, you can actually just pick one of the panelists that will give you much more information and broaden your understanding in the course of the day or tomorrow as well, if they will be here. We hope you will be here. We're not just here for the panel discussion as well. You can actually get something also else tomorrow. We really do appreciate. A round of applause for them. Yeah. Maybe, are you done? So you wanted just to thank them, or you're good? You're good to go. Fantastic. Kindly. A good round of applause for our able panelists. Please don't be in a tearing rush. Just move on ahead so that we can also get our Kodak moments and immortalize this time. Thank you so much. You can flash white and smile. Hold your smiles. Thank you so very much. And a good round of applause to our able moderator as well, Robert. Pigeni makofi kwa kufanya kazi mzuri. Thank you. Great. So we want us to make a good sharing rush to the program, because I think also we spent so much time on this particular topic, and I will request also that we may be cognizant of time, our moderators, as we go to the next session as well, so that we don't have to keep you here for long, and then you get caught up also in traffic going home. This is very pivotal, the next session that we're going to have, where it's become a very fetishized topic that everyone is really talking about today, sustainability and climate resilience, contract farming. So everyone will want to know, are you also observing some of the environmental social governance concepts that are there? Are you compliant? And how compliant are you? We want to get a broader understanding of this. So the discussion will highlight policy and private sector initiatives promoting climate-smart agriculture, green financing, and agricultural insurance as key for mitigating risks faced by farmers. And it will look at on integrating climate-smart agriculture practices into contract farming models for sustainability and productivity. Also the role of agricultural insurance, credit guarantees, and blended finance in protecting farmers from climate and market risks. The role of renewable energy, water efficiency, and circular economy models in agriculture, incentivizing sustainable sourcing and green certification schemes. And I want just to welcome our panelists here so that we may continue. It's not really a panel session, but there are our speakers. They'll make presentations, and then we're going to ask questions at the end so that you may also participate. So it will be very like a quick fire, and I want just to call up on stage. And if you have presentation, if you may make it just in 10 minutes, I think that will be appreciated. So our first speaker is Julius Nyabicha. He's a marketing and a communication lead, Cereal Growers Association. Julius, will you kindly make your way to the lectern here? And so also, you have a presentation, sir? Yes, the media team will be projecting that. So just give us a quick run through it. And kindly note, take a mental note of the questions that we want to ask after his presentation, if there are any. Right, because we know this particular segment is very diverse. Make your questions also very brief. Brevity is of essence, so that also we may make sure that we're doing good on time. I'm being told I've skipped a session here. You see, it's not following. No, yeah. I think we're good to go. Yeah, because we've handled that. So we'll continue. And I want just to invite over Julius to continue pace. Carry on.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Julius Nyabicha from the Cereal Growers Association. I'll be making a very short presentation on post-harvest issues and how we relate the post-harvest losses, the post-harvest management to contract farming. We just had a session on financing, and we discovered that at the end of my discussion here, there is a very close relationship between post-harvest losses and financing, because what has to be financed has to be predictable. And therefore, we are talking about technologies. How does technology play a role in post-harvest management? And therefore, at the end of the day, if you do not use technology, your business might not be predictable, your production cannot be predictable, and therefore it might not be insurable, it might not be financed. Next. Okay, let me use this. Good. I come from the Cereal Growers Association, which is a national non-for-profit organization championing matters to do with the technology, with the profitability, post-harvest loss reduction. We are serving close to 800,000 farmers in Kenya across 32 counties, and we bridge the gap, especially between the farmers, the private sector, the government, and the research institutions. We empower farmers through access to technologies, innovation advocacy, and market linkages. And we are also, as a CGA, we focus so much on post-harvest loss management. When we talk about the post-harvest loss management and how we are linking it to technology, it is a big topic and it's a big issue in the room. We lose between 15 to 40% of what we harvest due to post-harvest losses, and we are talking about 72 billion Kenya shillings per year. We are talking about close to $600 million. That's quite a significant figure to talk about. But when we do this, then farmers lose. What are the consequences? Farmers are losing at farm level. We have already seen that the country loses. The 72 billion farmers are losing. Buyers also lose because farmers cannot be able to honor their contracts. And of course, contract farming becomes unreliable and untenable. Consumers face a risk, even a bigger risk, of consuming what has not been preserved well, what has not been stored well, and what is having a risk in terms of their health. Now, for us to do this, then we have to look at how do we strengthen the market access. And for us to strengthen the market access, for us to strengthen contract farming, we have got to close these gaps between the farm gates and the market gates. This is important because what has been harvested needs to get to the market before we reduce the up to 40% that we're talking about. And for us to do this transition, because many farmers might meet what we call the production obligations, but they lose a significant figure at the post-harvest stage. And how do they lose this? They lose this because the quality is not assured, is not guaranteed. The post-harvest management technologies largely lacking and missing, and logistics are becoming unreliable, or rather they are unreliable unless we use technology to make them reliable. So for us to get a solution to this, we have to look at what are the practical solutions. We have to use technology, and that's why this session is about technology in post-harvest management. So what are these technologies we're looking at? We're looking at technologies in 2 or 3 spheres. Technologies in storage, technologies in logistics, in transportation, because we lose significantly during transportation. So we are looking at solar-powered cold rooms. Sometimes we understand that most rural farmers might not even have what we call the grid power. But when you look at this, if you have to have this, then you have to innovate around it. And what are the benefits? We're looking at reduced spoilage, longer shelf life, high acceptance rates by buyers, and ability to bulk, because you can be able to store, probably bring farmers together, and at the end of the day, you have bulkable quantities. Pack house digitization, we're talking about technology. Even when you have your product in the pack house, do you have digital weighing scales? Do you have automated humidity control, condition-based monitoring? So all this, once you have this within the pack house, then you can be assured that you are monitoring your product, and even if it's going to stay there for quite some time, once you have to get to the market, then it's going to be a quality product. We are talking about portable and mobile cooling units. Sometimes if you're transporting a product from point A to point B, then you have to secure your product before it gets to point B in the condition in which you got it from point A. Very crucial. At times we have to improvise, especially when we talk about smallholder farmers. In Kenya, the biggest percentage of our production comes from the smallholder farmers, and therefore we do not expect these smallholder farmers to have the capital outlay to invest significantly, and that's why we are saying we need to improvise, like the charcoal rooms that we sometimes use with horticultural produce. In terms of logistics, how do we move our produce from point A to point B, still retaining the same quality that the product left with from the point A? Then we need to look at IoT, Internet of Things, enabled transportation, the GPS tracking, temperature loggers, humidity sensors, door opening alerts. All these come at a cost, and that's why the last session was crucial. Because if farmers have to achieve this, then they need to be financed. Digital logistics marketplaces, we need to have a system in which you can verify transporters. If you are sending your product from a point of production to the market, then you have to verify these transporters and probably compare cost and see which one has what affordable rates and read them the delivery tracking receipts that whatever you sent has already been received. Remember, we are talking about this within the context of contract farming. Because if you have contract to have a farmer contracted, then all these things have to be assured so that even the contractor is assured that my product will get to my destination in the form in which I need it. For instance, we're talking about milk collection systems to ensure hygiene, quality, consistency, traceability, which is a key element that has been talked about a lot this morning. Because at the end of the day, you need to know where is this product coming from. Cold chain logistics for fish and other animal products, the reefer trucks, this is what we're talking about, technology in post-harvest loss reduction management. Trying to rush through. Now, for instance, when we talk about grain, I've talked so much about the horticulture industry, the animal products, but for instance, when you talk about grains, we need to get to technology where you use moisture meters. You are moving to hermetic bag storage to ensure that we reduce the amount of losses that we get from this and ensure moisture, the correct moisture is adhered to, and at the end of the day, we are looking at quality and we are looking at aflatoxin control as well. Having said this, if we use all these technologies, then which impact is it having on contract farming? One, there is consistency in terms of the quality all the season, because if we are using these technologies, then we are going to have consistency in terms of quality. We are going to have reduced rejections, one of them being aflatoxin. We are going to have improved traceability, which is a key element that's coming up right now. Lower transportation costs, better contract fulfillment rates, and higher farmer incomes. Because at the end of the day, what you want to do for the smallholder farmer is to ensure that we boost the incomes. So, as CGA, which are the practical roles that we play in terms of post-harvest loss management and to ensure that this facilitates contract farming? One, we support a very important model that we use, we call the Farmer Service Center model, where we have rural agripreneurs taking up the leading role and ensuring that they provide services. They're a key link between the private and the public sector, and they provide key services to the farmers. Like during planting, they provide inputs. During harvesting, they do aggregation and ensure that quality is adhered to. We promote hermetic bag storage and indeed other storage technologies to ensure that the product is of quality. We link farmers to logistic partners. For instance, what we have done is to develop a curriculum where we train what we call harvesting service providers, HSPs, and the logistic service providers. Even the small motorbikes that ferry grains from one area to another, ferry agricultural produce from one point to another, have to be trained when to carry, and how to deliver. Then training, of course, capacity building is key, and the piloting on major digital tools to ensure that we are moving with the technology. So the way forward, what we see is we need to continue investments. All these things, all these technologies that I've been talking about require investments, and that's why I've been talking about the financing. So this investment needs to come from both the private sector, the public sector. We need to increase our investments in technology, especially in post-harvest management. We need to have stronger public and private partnerships. We need to have affordable digital tools for farmers and policies that support quality assurance and traceability. Call to action, post-harvest management is a process. It's a process to quality, it is a process, it's a process to compliance, to markets, and to prosperity. And technology is the oil that lubricates this process to reach farmers where it matters, that is during harvesting, during storage, and during transportation. Thank you.
Okay, so if Julius may just remain there, we could take one or two questions kindly so that he may be able to, just from the presentation, if you have that, if anything has piqued your interest, that you want maybe to express also your contribution briefly, we'll give you this and the opportunity right now. Is there any? Any? At the count of 3, 1. Any question for Julius? 2 for Julius? 3 for Julius. Okay, give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for making it brief. Yes. Next up, let me call up on Dr. Wilfred Kamau, Business Development Manager, Unga Farm Care, East Africa Limited. Dr. Wilfred Kamau, Business Development Manager, Unga Farm Care, East Africa, from Unga Limited, if you're here, kindly. All right, we'll go on to the next presentation. Sanjay Kumar Basoya, Global Head of Vegetable Seeds, Agronomy, Marketing and Digitalization, ETG. So he's there, and we'll be putting up his presentation momentarily. Yes, and just to prime you as well, it's right, Ruth was very spot on. I really jumped on a session that we should have had briefly. So we shall be holding that particular session in between as well. This is Sustainability and Climate Resilience Contract Farming briefly. So a round of applause for Sanjay Kumar as he comes to the podium. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Is it good for you? Okay, fantastic.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think since morning we are talking in terms of contract farming and how can we use the advanced technology in the farming which can help us to simplify our farming. And today I'm going to talk more on AI and IoT application. I think in my previous speaker has already given some highlights on IoT and IoT device, how it can help us in the post-harvest technology and the storage. So our objective is very clear today, where we are going to see few examples and few real technology to help us in terms of optimization of agri input, and that can ultimately help us to increase our profitability for sustainable agriculture. So what exactly we are looking in terms of AI and IoT? So AI is nothing but it's machine learning. We will see few examples. And IoT is again nothing but it's a sensor or advanced data collection tools which can help us in a day-to-day farming. The concept is also a simple algorithm that detects the pattern, and ultimately it can help us to identify a right cause or right tools. Why this is matter? I think many speakers has already spoken in this individual subject. Global food demand challenge, climate change, sustainable agriculture, temperature is increasing, we are experiencing n number of droughts and water scarcity. Soil pH is now disturbed. After applying many good kind of agri inputs, still farmers are not getting good yield. So these are all the challenges, and that's why I think AI and digital technology can be one of the game changer to help a farmer. So where is the opportunity in terms of using such kind of technology? So as we all know, like agriculture is the only field where it's generating a vast number of or vast amount of data in terms of like weather, soil, crop health, crop pattern, rain pattern. So there is n number of opportunity where data is right now generating in agriculture. MN can help to analyze all this data basically. And also IoT can help us to optimize our water and the fertilizer and pesticide uses. The predict crop yield and disease outbreak, automate farming process like drone and sensors. How technology is transforming agriculture. So due to time, we'll go with a few examples directly. So AI and machine learning for crop diagnosis and science-based suggestion. So how it works basically. So in terms of machine learning, machine learn based on the available of data. So there are millions and millions and trillions data is available in terms of pest and disease that we store it one place, and then machine compare with the right picture or right kind of wording, and then they can analyze the given picture and give the suggestion. So there is many examples right now is available like Plantix. There is one exhibitor here who has a similar function, and we also as the ETZ as a crop doctor where farmer can just send the photos and get a solution in a few seconds. Then another example is IBM Western Decision Platform, which generally analyze the weather data and give a very accurate weather analysis. So facts and figure, if we look, the market for AI in agriculture in the projected to grow from 1.7 billion to 4.7 billion by 2028. So this is where we can see if any entrepreneur who wants to enter in this segment, there is a great opportunity. IoT enabled sensors. So if you see this infographics, every segment where we can able to use IoT device which can help us in terms of many ways like crop registration, sensing technology, and for water irrigation. So smart irrigation, I think Kenya has very high-tech farming in terms of floriculture. So if we visit all those high-tech floriculture farm, how they are managing their irrigation. They are managing their irrigation with a smart IoT device. So if we look exactly, there is a GIF file which giving us a very self-explanatory image. Based on the water level, based on the humidity level, the irrigation system can start and stop, which can help us to reduce water usage by 20 to 30%. And also quality assurance, IoT sensor can help us I think previous presenter also spoken on it, like aflatoxin level, like humidity level, like temperature level, all kind of IoT sensors can help us. So this is a real case study in terms of IoT device, drip irrigation management. And NetAfam has come up with this solution. So they are claiming like reduce the water use by 50% and boost crop yield by 30%. So these are the few more examples. Still we are working on soil testing with this IoT device. And there are many other functions which we can see where IoT can help us. So drone again can help us in terms of crop diagnosis, yield data prediction, weather, soil, and management basically. So if we see, there is two infographics. One drone is scanning a field and they are giving some orange, yellow and green color coding, and each color is giving some kind of indication, like there is a deficiency of particular nutrition or there is an infestation of pest. And the second infographics is also giving us very self-explanatory image, like how drone is moving row by row, and they can diagnose plant by plant and row by row basically. GPS guided tractor, I think many part of the world we have seen GPS guided tractor, which can help us not only doing plowing or sowing or harvesting, but that tractor can also has a functionality where farmer can able to track their from planting up to harvesting. All traceability can be figured out within the tractor. So previously what we have seen is like few examples, but there are n number of many opportunity or scope of using this technology, like smart agronomy, where we can cover R&D, field trial, visual demonstration of crop breeding. Financially, if we'll see, there are many examples available, but there are still a big scope like wallet facility, P&L management, microfinance, crop insurance, agri-input calculators, environmental like weather station, pest and disease infestation alerts, L&D like skill development, farm management, smart irrigation, livestock management, and satellite observation. So building a business model in agri-tech is also nowadays very simple. Agri-fintech required basically micro loan and crop insurance. What other things they require, like digital marketplace, buying and selling input, and SaaS tools where farmer or farm management softwares. Becoming agri-entrepreneur in technology, it's right now hot topic in terms of all the agriculture student and young agripreneur. So data analytics and IoT AI technical skill is very important. Business acumen again is very important, like financial planning, supply chain management, and leveraging a network and incubator for growth. Technology for sustainable farming, I think that can be three elements if we look, like smart irrigation, reduce water usage, target chemical application, and resilient crop varieties, combat pest and disease resistant. We have seen all those options and this technology is available, but why still there is a low adaptability? And that is what we have covered in terms of challenges and limitation. So first of all is a financial. Still this technology is very costly. Affordability is a matter. Technical skill, still there is a gap in terms of skill to use such a technology. Resistant to change. Skepticism means doubt on the technology. and reluctant. So these are the challenges what we are facing right now. High initial investment, digital literacy, data connectivity, technology fragmentation. So these are the challenges what we are facing right now. So this is a real example where currently I am working and leading this project for Africa, and all the previous features what I have explained, challenges I have covered here, and right now this solution is live in 8 countries: Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Malawi, Mozambique, Zambia and Ghana. Thanks. Any question before I conclude? If there is no question, thank you for giving me opportunity, and thanks International Conference on Contract Farming. Thank you.
All right, Sanjay, maybe if you can just bide your time, if there are any questions, and also this will create a flash of interest for you to answer. Is there any question for him? Yeah, I can see one hand. Kindly. Any other? Kindly just puff out your hand so that Sanjay may answer your queries. So would you go ahead, please, and express your question? Can you long press? Is it coming on? Okay, let me bring.
So thank you so much. My name is Michael Chelule. So thank you for the nice presentation. So the question I would like to ask is that you've talked of the hub, that is ETG, one-stop shop solution for East Africa. So I would like to ask, how did you collect the data for the development of this particular app? So you did the collection of the data for the development of this particular app in Kenya, Uganda, and the rest of the other countries. And also I wanted to ask if there is any scholarships so that we may give to some students in Kenya so that they can be in a position to collect data for the application of this particular AI skills. Because I believe now that it's like most of the developed countries, that is West and East, for them they are ahead in terms of AI. But now it's like there is a second scramble for Africa for various resources. But now the tools that they are using cannot be so much applicable here because we don't have enough data. So I believe that in this case, we should actually be in a position as a Kenyan government or any other private investor to actually support and finance so that we can develop and collect. We collect our own data, we may patent it, develop our own applications so that we shall benefit. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. This app is Kenyan app basically. We are based in here. So our data collection, primary data collection is our own team basically. So we have around 200 agronomists across Africa in 37 countries. So they are the one who really collect the data. In terms of second question, in terms of scholarship, so always every year we have a management trainee program where we invite a student to complete their master thesis or graduation thesis, where we support a student. And if somebody has already finished their master and they want to join an organization, they can join for a management training program, which is a paid program for 1 year. And third thing, if any student who already have a prototype, which can be commercialized, and if they are really looking investment, we also can support them. Yeah.
Thank you, Sanjay. A round of applause to the presentation there by Sanjay. We really do appreciate you. So if you want maybe to have more information from him as well, make sure you grab his hand and he'll be able to aid you in whatever queries you do have. So expect the next presentation from Edward Njiru, the co-founder and CEO of Sophie Limited. Will be snappier because it looks like a young, energetic young man, so his presentation will be just a quick one. All right, so a round of applause as he comes. This is Edward Njiru, the co-founder and the CEO of Sophie Limited. Let's get to hear what Sophie has to offer.
Good afternoon. How are you? We're well. We've had some lunch. We're good. So let me try and kind of rejuvenate the room. So my name is Edward Njiru. I am the co-founder and CEO of Sophie. Sophie is a tool we are exhibiting, so you should be able to get an opportunity and visit our booth and see what we're doing. Sophie is a smart management tool for farmers. And I'll talk a bit more about it in a bit. So for starters, just a minute. Okay, so as the tech team are working on it, on the presentation, let me introduce what we're going to talk about today, right? I am a dairy farmer. I don't look like it. I've been a dairy farmer for a few years, and that is my field of interest. So dairy and fodder and dabbling a bit into horticulture. Myself and my co-founders were all farmers, and so we came together to solve a problem for farmers, right? So the product I'm going to show you today is as a result of blood, sweat, and tears, basically from a farmer's perspective. Just by a show of hands, how many here are farmers or work with farmers directly at a farm level? So you know what I mean when I say farming is an extreme sport, right? From the outset, it's very clear that the numbers are supposed to be adding up. You're supposed to be making a profit, and you get started, right? And then much later on, you realize that if you finish the season profitable, you're one of the lucky few, right? Is that a common experience? And that cycle is not sustainable. For farmers, you get tired. And so it's common to hear a farmer say, I tried this, stopped, tried something else and a new season, stopped, try another thing, and another, and another. And so when does this cycle stop? When do you find home, so to speak? Right? So that's what we're going to talk about today. I want you to relate with the farmer, right? Not the product, but the farmer. So as I begin, okay, let's give the tech team a minute to get going. Sorry about that.
So your presentation is locked. We're trying to unlock it. You know, today there was a hackers. Maybe they also hacked into your presentation. You know what really happened in the government institutions we don't want to mention. So it's an IT thing. So you can bide your time and tell us more, right? Okay. Because looking at Edward is making the farm and the farming look very cool. Yeah, I wish I knew it, but then I could wear a mohawk and be a farmer and say, I'm a dairy farmer. Yeah, so I think this is a good poster child of a young man that we should encourage young men and women to go to farming, right? We're changing the narrative completely. So you should be an ambassador, and the Ministry of Agriculture, I think the PS will have been very providentially, you know, available to notice what you're doing and encourage young men like you to speak to the younger generation about farming.
Thank you.
By the way, this is what we normally do when we have technical hitch on TV and the director is telling you, continue, we're trying to fix it. Yeah? So you find your presenter is talking sometimes even gibberish, right? Because he's trying to make do until they're telling you, oh, there's a technical challenges. All right, Edward, continue.
Thank you. So I will try to articulate a bit about what I want to talk about. If it's gibberish, please bear with me. We shall go live shortly. So let me give you a bit of a story. I think by the time the presentation is up, I'll have moved a bit with the slides, so just bear with me. It's been said, it's statistics that we are aware of. Only 5% of our horticultural produce is actually exported. Only 5%. Okay? Now, to be fair, that's 136 billion in terms of value, but it's only 5%, and that's in horticulture alone. Horticulture, when you compare industry to industry, horticulture is the kind of industry where you expect to export a lot more, right? We are growing a lot more for the Middle East, for the European countries, and many others, correct? So why are we stuck at the 5%? Okay? So generally, you will notice that the export market, and this is in the contract farming context, it's quite stringent, it's very strict. There are very high standards to adhere to. And so farmers trip up on three main points, right? Three main challenges. The first, quality, right? We all shop for produce. We all have our specifications when we're looking at what's a good tomato versus what's not a good tomato. There's just your own quality checks that you run through. And farmers produce for the sake of production most of the time, okay? So that's a problem that you discover at the market point. And so quality is always going to be a challenge that farmers are struggling to jump over or to jump through that hoop. Second challenge, volumes. Now in the history of Kenya, a lot of succession plans, land segmentation, land is shrinking. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. True? So when that happens, your production capacity also shrinks by the day. Okay? And so when you want to meet high quality orders, or rather high volume orders, you always will run into that block. That is, your volumes are not enough, your volumes are not enough, your volumes are not enough. So that's the second challenge. The third challenge, they constantly, interestingly, is the word constantly, they constantly run into is consistency, or lack thereof. Okay? So for the contract buyers in the room, if you're here among us, when you get an ideal farmer or an ideal farmer group, what happens is the first season they're good. All systems go, they're producing according to plan. Second season, they will try to stick to it, but there'll always be a challenge here and there, cash flow issues. We've talked about financing. And so when you need to get some inputs, you're not able to get it. And so consistency becomes a problem. Your output in season 2 is not the same in season 1. Let's not even get to season 3. So when you look at these three challenges, you're looking at quality, volume, and consistency. This is such a high bar for many smallholder farmers to get to or to jump to. Okay? So this is why we are stuck at the 5%. Why am I making a big deal about this? To simplify it, let's look at 3 case scenarios. Let's look at 3 stories. I love stories. I hope we all do. So we will talk about a farmer, we will talk about a contract buyer, and we will talk about a financier. Okay? So let's call the farmer Emily. Emily has decided agriculture is my do or die, this is what I will do. And many of us in the room can relate with Emily, right? You want to produce, you want to grow for profit. And so you do your math, you begin the season, but when it comes to D-Day, when you've harvested, everything has gone according to plan, you know the margins you're trying to achieve, right? And then you take your produce, you head to the market. Then when you get to the market, you find prices slashed beyond any reasonable idea. Like your plan, let's take tomatoes for example. The price ranges at an aggregation level anything between 80 shillings to about 120 shillings a kilo. When you go to the market and you find that they're buying at 20 shillings a kilo, what do? Your cost of production is at 40, 50 shillings. And so you either decide to convert that, have that as manure, if you give up. If you're tired and you just want to count your losses or cut your losses, you simply sell at that 20 shillings. And in Kiswahili we say unajichuna, never again, right? And next season, new things, potatoes or something else, right? So that's a constant problem Emily has faced. And so she decides, I can't do this, this is not sustainable. So what I should do instead is I should go for contract farming opportunities, which is what this whole conference is about, right? You want stability, you want predictability, right? That's the logical next step for Emily, correct? Correct? Yes. So at that point, she goes to an exporter she's been referred to. These guys buy at this price, you'll be happy, yeah, it's stable, etc., etc. She goes and gives and pleads her case and says, this is my production capacity, this is what I am doing. Okay? And she's quickly slapped with volumes. It's good, what you're doing is good, your quality is good, statistics are good. However, we need 10 or 20 times what you're producing as our minimum order quantity. So just like that, Emily is stuck. You either deal with the local market with your volumes, or you find a solution to volumes. Okay? Story number 1, we're good? Let's go to story number 2. Let's deal with the contract buyer. Let's call him Kimani, for example. Okay? So Kimani scouts opportunities in the Middle East, in Europe, and gets very good opportunities to supply, right? You're seeing orders that if only you could get the production right, then, as the youth would say, the math is mathing, okay? So you're looking for these export opportunities, you find them. So the next big headache becomes, how do I get a specific kind of farmer? Every exporter has their own criteria, right? They have their own standards, their own minimum order quantities, and so on and so forth, right? So at that point, the next thing is, I can source this, so let me find the farmers instead. Finding farmers, are there exporters and aggregators and contract buyers generally in the room? Are we here? Are we here? So if they're not here, I'm probably saying too many secrets. But when you're looking for farmers, it's incredibly difficult to find the right kind of farmer unless you spend the right kind of budget. Right? Field agency is huge in this. And so, we're live. I think I'll just go straight to where we are supposed to be. I think we've run through this. These are the challenges. And so we are on story number 2. So this is Emily, this is Kimani, and we'll also talk about the agri-financier. Let's call her Caroline, right? So far, we've talked about the market prices, we've talked about the shock that she goes through. And the kujichuna of never again. You will not see me in tomatoes. I have learned my lesson, and other short stories, right? She goes, looks for an exporter, doesn't get one. And then she's told, or rather she's told she can't supply because of her volumes. And now we are on Kimani, right? He has scouted opportunities, okay? And now it's time to look for farmers. And so Kimani has two options. There could be others in the market, but Kimani has two options. Either I depend on referrals, right? Let a farmer bring another credible farmer, bring another credible farmer, and that takes incredibly long. You have to be incredibly patient, right? Or option two, leverage field agents, which is very expensive, incredibly expensive. And you start doing your return on investment calculations. What does it cost you to find a farmer versus what it costs you to, what you gain from that farmer? That math, as we would say, is not mathing, okay? And so even if you are to go either route and find the right farmers, the next challenge is, how do you ensure consistency? You're going to still depend heavily on field agency, right? So have field agents, have extension officers, extension services that you can leverage so that they're able to go and just keep telling you, yeah, this farmer is on track, this farmer is on track, or this farmer is not on track. If you do not do this, you're basically relying on trust, and we all know what happens at the end of the season. Something just happens. And oops, I know I promised 5 tons, but I could get at least 1 ton. And so the farmer is thinking, but you still pay for what I've supplied. But what do you do with your order? You're 4 tons less. And that's one farmer. Imagine multiplying this disappointment across 10, 20, 50 farmers. It's a difficult business. Let's talk about Caroline. Caroline, in this case, has grown up as a farmer. She has seen farmers, and she has a passion in finance. And so she wants to put her loves together. How do I merge finance and agriculture? She has grown up seeing farmers. She works with farmers. She's constantly seeing this cycle of cash. Cash keeps moving around, and she's like, I want in. I just want a slice of the pie, right? If I could just make sense of how to, sell money, because that's what financiers do. Do we have financiers in the room? Good, I can speak freely. So as Caroline is assessing, how do I crack this code? How do I get my slice of the pie? She decides to do what any sober financial professional would do: run the math. And so with the data available, she decides to see how creditworthy are the enterprises that are within my reach or vicinity. And again, you guessed it, the math is not mathing. So it becomes incredibly difficult to tell how profitable farmers are. And so with this particular scenario, she's forced to make one of 2 decisions. Do I invest in this very high risk opportunity, or do I just step back and just let it play out until systems are in place? Now, why am I telling you all these stories? What do these 3 groups of people have in common? Everyone is losing. Right? The farmer cannot get into contract farming. The contract buyer cannot get the right farmer to supply orders. The financier cannot be able to finance farmers. Why can't we all win together? That's why I will introduce Sophie. Sophie, very modest, a group of farmers who just came together from different value chains, decided, let us figure out a solution that can help these 3 parties, okay? So our mission is very simple. We want to provide farmers with the tools they need, the digital tools they need to guarantee profit and sustainability. That's our playground, right? And so if there are tools that are lacking, and we talked about the 3 parties losing, right? If there are tools that are lacking, how can we ideate? How can we provide what is necessary for us to change that narrative? We've been in talks, we've been in conferences, we've been in spaces where we've discussed these problems. They're not new, right? These problems are not new. So what are the steps, the strides we can make into solving this? That's what we are trying to do. So back to our 3 stories. Remember Emily, Kimani, and who else? And who else? Caroline. Thank you. So how does Sophie benefit these 3 people? So for the farmer, first thing, collaboration and supervision. And I'd like to talk a bit about that. So Sophie is a mobile-first tool, so you can access it through a mobile app, and it's a multi-user system. So you can invite your farm workers, you can invite your agronomists, you can invite your vets, you can invite your co-owners, and any other party you so wish to your farm. Collaboration has never been easier. And so as you collaborate, as they're logging in information, this is operational and financial data, they're logging in. Many commercial farmers are telephone farmers, at least in this country. And so when you're far from your farm, how do you track your daily operations, your daily finances? That's what Sophie is trying to solve. We have an application that has solved this incredibly well, and I would highly encourage you to download it and see it for yourselves. Second benefit, farmers are able to aggregate produce with other farmers. Remember the challenge Emily was facing, where if you can't meet these volumes for the minimum order quantity, there's nothing to discuss, which is very heartbreaking, right? But can Emily find other farmers around her in the value chain of interest? Can she be able to convince them and say, fine, there's this order, can we meet it together? Sophie has enabled that. And thirdly, contract farming window shopping. Sounds quite strange. Let me explain what that is. For the farmers in the room, when you're looking to crack or to break into the contract farming sector, you'll notice that you depend on referrals, what is working out there. And so what Sophie has done is we've allowed contract buyers and exporters to advertise and offer farmers what they want with the criteria that they want to implement with. So all this is how Sophie has benefited the farmer. For the contract buyer, what they can do is we have simplified farmer recruitment. Simply give us your criteria and your region and your value chain. That's it. We do the rest, we scout the farmers for you and give you a list of farmers you can now directly offer what you want to do. And lastly, traceability monitoring and reporting. How do you tell what your farmer is doing throughout the season? How they're producing what they need to produce? So if you're able to collaborate with the farmer, look at it as a co-management of the production cycle of the season. Sophie is able to allow contract buyers to co-manage with their farmers. And lastly, for Caroline, how does this benefit Caroline? First thing, we have to discuss what de-risking looks like, right? Because that's the biggest problem. And so we do that by credit profiling. You want to know, is this farmer credit worthy or not? Now, if we have operational and financial data, it becomes easy to do that. Thank you. And lastly, you're able to also monitor operations or monitor progress and stagger your disbursements. So if you're able to see the progress of a farmer, then you're also able to know when do we disburse X. So you're not just losing all of it at once, you're able to track that in bits. Thank you. That is Sophie. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. A good round of applause for Edward Njiru, the co-founder and CEO of Sophie Limited. A bit of technical challenges, but we had it sorted. And I think the presentation covered for all that, time that slipped from us. So we want to thank you profusely for that. And if you want to get a lot of information from him as well, I know he's done a tearing rush through it, you can actually get in touch with him. Quickly, because I can see time is not really on our side, and I will kindly ask, I hope the other presentation is not locked. So we're good to go, right? Linda Kamau, Chief Executive Officer, So Precise Africa. From Sophie, So Precise, it seems like you guys were trying to collaborate on how you're going to give us a wrap here. Sophie, So Precise. Africa. A round of applause for Linda Kamau. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali.
Thank you very much. Let me hope the tech team, my presentation is ready. As the presentation is being set up, my name is Linda Kamau. I'm the co-founder and CEO of So Precise Africa. We are based in Embu, Mbeere South, at a place called Gashorere. What we do is that we focus on providing farmers with irrigation as a service. We've realized that over 80% of our country is classified as arid and a semi-arid area. And what we do is the farmers in those regions have, due to relying on rain, most of their land is left idle throughout. If it's not raining, they're not utilizing their land. And that's where we stepped in. We've built a product providing farmers in arid and semi-arid lands with irrigation as a service. What we mean by irrigation as a service is that we come with solar panels, solar pump, even the pumps, and a farmer close to a water source like a river is able to access water throughout the year. That way, their land is not left idle. And so that when you contract these farmers to produce vegetables like sunflower or seeds like sunflower, they can be able to utilize their land throughout the year. So I'll only take 5 minutes as time has really gone. What we do is provide clean energy as a service to low-income farmers, specifically in arid and semi-arid areas. So our concern is that we want to see, we are committed to seeing farms in the arid areas flourish throughout the year. Sorry for that. Let me just get the gist of the okay. And the problem we identified is that over 80% of our country is classified as arid and semi-arid. Yet, we spend over $2 million USD importing food. Yet, we have over 3,000 kilometers of rivers that flow all year long across these regions. And we have about 50 million acres that is untapped, that with irrigation crops can be grown throughout. What we've done is developed a physical product called Sunrider that is ownership free. It is mobile. We move it from farm to the farmers. It is also modular. What I mean by modular, we have the panels, the pumps, the pipes separately, and we transfer this to the farmers upon request. They pay a service fee of 2,000 Kenya shillings to have an acre irrigated. And as technology changes, we keep upgrading our product. It's very simple for a farmer to access Sunrider. They make a request either through a phone call, then we do site survey, mostly looking at the water source. Is there a reliable water source? Are there dams in the area or rivers in the area? If the farmer is at least 3 kilometers away from a water source, we then come with Sunrider, offer irrigation services, and charge an irrigation service fee. The market is quite large for this, as most of the farm is left idle when it's not raining. And we have a team of 3 co-founders working on this currently with over 10 years experience in agriculture. And with the implementation of irrigation as a service, we are going to have at least a 30% increase in income with the farmers we work with. That's what we've observed so far. We have over 5,000 acres being irrigated that was previously left idle and susceptible to irrigation, to erosion. And we are also producing a lot of food and subsequently creating local employment. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Linda. A round of applause for Linda again. She's done it within 5 minutes. Hope that has set also the tone for David Okech, founder and chief imagination officer, Aquatech. David, a round of applause as he comes. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Dave Okech. I'm the founder and chief imagination officer at Aquarech. We are a digital platform in the aquaculture space, and we leverage a mobile app technology to transition farmers from peasant production systems to commercial production systems. Aquaculture is Africa's fastest growing agricultural value chain and is bound to be so for the next decade. We have a contract farming model that is seeking to transition farmers from peasant production system trap to commercial production systems. Farmers in the aquaculture sector, cage farming specifically that is happening in Lake Victoria, have limited access to inputs, no affordable financing options, outdated practices because cage farming is a new technology and there is no proper market linkage. What this does is that the cycle of poverty continues to go round and round. What we are doing as Aquaculture is to develop an integrated system where our core philosophy is to move farmers from peasant to commercial side. And what we do is our digital platform connects farmers by supplying inputs, that is quality feeds and fingerlings with better feed conversion ratio. We finance farmers through a blended finance product called Aquafeather, which we are doing in collaboration with Equity Bank. We train farmers and we also offer market access. Cage farming requires certain specialized mechanisms, and what we are doing right now is to provide what we call HDP cages that have better production density. Each cage can hold about 35 metric tons of fish, but the cages are very expensive. So what we do is we provide these cages on a lease-to-own model so that we can transition farmers from this kind of, from peasant kind of cage to commercial type of cage. We have developed Kenya's first ever financial product that is non-collateralized in collaboration with the Equity Bank and TechnoServe that is helping us drive this product to the many smallholder farmers in the aquaculture sector. The product is fully digitized and it allows farmers to access working capital inputs from the phone. What we managed to do as part of our intervention is to integrate and vertically integrate the farmer's fish produce directly to the consumer. We have, for the past 1 year, developed the first ever air-fried tilapia available here in Nairobi, in Buruburu and Nyayo Embakasi, available in Nakuru, Kisumu, and Kakamega. What this has done, it has enabled farmers to access immediate market access through the consumers, and also what it has done is to help farmers professionalize fish farming so that the consumer gets the right quality and the farmer gets the right pay. In summary, Aquaculture model involves three major activities. One is an inclusive business model where we provide infrastructure, cages for a 30 metric ton production per annum. We have the inclusive finance model Aquafeather, which is non-collateralized loan, enabling farmers who are typically out of the banking system to access funds. And we have integrated a digital platform that's enabling farmers' produce to reach directly to the consumers. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. I appreciate it.
Asante sana. Mpigeni makofi. We really appreciate you keeping time. I think also it was a spitfire because of how time is not really on our side. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say thank you so much for being amazingly patient. We are in the last leg of sustainability and climate resilient contract farming, which is what we want to begin. And I'll begin first of all by apologizing to Linda Imana, who is the moderator of this session. We have also Eustace Kiari, who is the CEO of Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, Kowan, this should have come before the speakers that we just had right now. I thank you for electing just to stay, and I thank you so much also, Linda, for accepting my apology. I want to extend this moment to you. Linda Gladwell will take us through this particular session. Gladwell Imana is a managing director and strategic corporate consultant at Emerge Egress Consulting. Kindly put around, your hands together and make me welcome Gladwell on the stage. I will also call upon the speakers who will take us through the session. They are already here. It's going to be a short one. Karibu, Gladwell. A round of applause for her as she comes and take her place. We want to welcome Ernest Chitechi, Corporate Services Manager, Kenya Climate Innovation Center. Right? As it comes, Eustace Kiari is here as well, CEO, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, COAN. Please come and take your place. Also, we have with us Lisa Karen, who is a Business Development and Partnerships Lead from AgriScan AI. Good. So Ernest is still making his way here. Wherever he is, I'm given to understand he's around. So we'll continue apace with the conversation. Gladwell, you may take it away.
Okay, karibu sana, the last session, but not the least. As we wait for Ernest, I believe he will be joining us, he's around. I'll start by saying, as climate challenges intensify, sustainability has moved really from aspiration to necessity. It must be done. Today we explore how contract farming can become a tool for resilience. I'm a corporate consultant, so I'll take it the consulting manner just to change it, how we do it to wrap up the session. But before that, I'll give it away to to the panelists that will be discussing it today. Please, karibu sana. Please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the introduction. So we have with me two of them. We have Eustace Kiari. Please God continue, introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Eustace Kiari, working with Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, which is a network that brings together actors in the organic agriculture space. We promote organic agriculture through trade. So most of our work is about linking farmers to markets, both national markets and also export markets. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ernest. Please give him a loud of applause to just welcome him and give him a warmth to the room as we end up. So please, we have the next one, Lisa. I don't want to say the second name so that you can introduce yourself. Thank you for the warm smile. I think we take it away, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lisa Karen Achagana. I'm the Business Development and Partnerships Lead at Good Partners. So we are an IT and software developing company. We are an agri-tech, so we innovate solutions in the agriculture space. So our recent innovation is in the agriculture. It's called the AgriScan AI. So it's an AI-powered, offline, fast, mobile application built for farmers. So it solves the challenge, or rather the problem, of pest and disease infestation. It also helps farmers with insights and solutions in regards to agriculture, farming, and all those aspects. So, yeah.
We appreciate you. Please appreciate her as well. Please appreciate her as well. We welcome the next one, not last but not least, Ernest, karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my name is Ernest Chitechi, and I work with Kenya Climate Innovation Center, a leading hub in Africa supporting climate entrepreneurship, and it's a pleasure to be here this evening. Thank you.
There is a quote that says, agriculture is our wisest pursuit, because it will end in the end, it will contribute to the real wealth. We are all seeking wealth, good morals, and happiness. So as I continue this question, you can ponder about that. Now, to our first question, then we'll come back to what we believe as each of the organizations presented here. My first question goes to Ernest. Ernest, are you ready? My first question is how do you have incentives that motivate farmers to adopt green practices?
Yes, so if you're talking about incentives, we could categorize them into two. One being the financial, and actually that is an immediate motivator, because you see most farmers will look at any financial incentive, either in terms of how it reduces their operating costs, or in terms of how it helps them improve on their profit margins. So if you're talking about incentive that can encourage farmers to adopt climate smart solutions, we could look at, for example, if it is financial, whether government can introduce subsidies, whether it's on the fertilizer, organic fertilizer, or whether they could also provide tax incentive on inputs like if they are using renewable solutions. So that way then most of these farmers will be able to adopt those particular solutions. Moving further, you could also look at incentives where if there are farmers who are producing, for example, organic product, and there are companies, private sector, who are willing to pay a premium for such products, then you'll find more farmers actually adopting, for example, organic farming solutions. So that's one of the ways that we could provide some of these incentives, but also looking at the non-incentive. Maybe some farmers even don't have the knowledge. So there's a bit of knowledge gap in terms of what are the solutions that actually exist when we are talking about sustainable farming. So if you're able to provide them with that information, provide them with tools, so that there are digital tools that can provide them with that information, then you're bridging the knowledge gap, and that will then help some of these farmers to adopt some of these solutions.
Okay, thank you so much. In contract farming, there is a lot of organic farming. Back to you, Eustace.
Yeah. Hello.
Thank you very much. Yes, there are a number of sustainability models, including organic farming, fair trade, biodynamic rainforest, and these are schemes that come with the sustainability. They have their own standards. This morning we had a discussion about standards and certification. The real question is about implementing those standards. And what comes with those standards? One is what he has already said about premium prices. If you follow specific standards, then at the end you are assured premium prices. And if you come to the local context, not necessarily that organic products should have, or sustainability products should have a premium price. We have an arrangement, for example, with the county government of Murang'a, who have dedicated organic sections within their normal markets. And the prices of organic products in those markets do not necessarily attract a price. But what happens is that organic farmers supplying to these markets, by the lunchtime, all their products are gone because consumers know that their products have been produced in a certain way. So it's not only prices, but the market share, assurance that if you take your product at a certain market, that it will be bought, that assurance is also a motivation to going the sustainable way. The other thing is that, also as part of incentive, is the issue of carbon markets. Rewarding farmers for going an extra mile to manage their soils differently so that it can sequester more carbon into the soil. And we have seen this as an organization. We have enrolled a number of farmers into these carbon credits so that apart from getting a good price, getting a market assurance that they can also be rewarded for their efforts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, when we look at a lot of things in terms of incentives, we have the small-scale farmers. Lisa, this is for you. Many older small-scale farmers or small business, small enterprises in the farming sector are scared of the digital and AI concept. You're in that space. Talk to us and bring the concept closer home. Tell us, what are you doing to motivate and incentivize them?
Okay, so thank you for the question. So what we actually do, we go to so let me mention, the AgriScan AI is targeting the small-scale farmers. So it's a mobile application, and we have embedded the AI chatbot that actually gives insight to the farmers. So the farmer can literally interact with that particular chatbot so that it brings insight on the farming related issues. So we have actually encountered problems in scaling the software into especially to capture the small scale farmers, because with them, AI technology, they base it with, those are the things for the large-scale farmers. So they limit themselves, they exclude themselves from that conversation of actually scaling technology or rather scaling the digital tools in farming. So what we've done the knowledge incentives in terms of giving community demos. So we've done community demos so that we show them that AI will not just replace your work, it will help you maximize on your yield production. It will give you insights on how you can actually come about and increase your yields. It will give you insights so that you are able to predict pests and diseases before they escalate. You are also able to give an overview, because with the AgriScan AI, it also done the carbon tracking. You've mentioned the carbon tracking and how farmers are going to be compensated with the carbon credit. So how do the farmer even track this carbon emission in the environments? So the tool also helps with that. So once you actually bring the aspect of reducing loss, the farmers are usually now ready to embrace the technology. So the approach is trying to show the farmer that when you embrace this technology, you are going to actually increase your yield. One, you're going to be able to be marketable in the market in terms of being accessible to the foreign markets or exporters. So you bring the positives first so that they'll be able to see, and better if you can do a demo for them, because farming is practical, so ensure also your solutions are also practical, not just words.
I love that it's practical, and it goes back to the small scale holder or farmer. When we go back to you, Mr. Ernest, in terms of renewable energy, talk to us about it. How is it have you adopted it in the agri-production chain, and what is it that we can relate to as the small scale holders or whoever is in the chain of that production?
Yeah, so thank you. For example, within the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, we've supported the development of a number of renewable energy solutions, and some of these are actually targeted to small-scale farmers. So realizing that Kenya, for example, we mainly focus on rain-fed agriculture, and that has not been very supportive of the agriculture sector. So we are seeing a lot of adoption of solar, for example, solar water pumping. And this solar water pumping can then help some of these small-scale farmers actually to irrigate some of their farm, and then they're able to produce throughout the year. Rather than just waiting and looking in terms of waiting for the rain, which may come or may fail. So adopting some of these renewable energy solutions could be actually one way of helping these farmers to enhance their productivity. But also we realize most of our farmers farm very perishable products, and sometimes they end up having huge post-harvest losses. So the adoption of cold chain, maybe powered by renewable energy, is also a very good solution. We've also seen those who are doing now value addition, particularly for vegetables, who are now adopting drying using solar solutions, drying whether they are vegetables, mangoes, other fruits like pineapples. And this also lengthen the shelf life of some of these products and also reduce post-harvest losses for majority of farmers. And this then also boosts their incomes. But we also seen other sources of renewable energy. For example, biogas being used to generate electricity for farmers who are doing, for example, chicken. So they use the biogas to heat the rooms where the kitchen actually are staying. Some of them use it to cool milk, run gensets that can generate electricity. We are seeing those who use bioenergy to power some of their farming equipment. So there are a number of solutions that actually farmers should look at. And this way we could actually then green the entire of our agriculture value chain. Because we know that agriculture is one of the biggest emitters. And it emits because most of the time we end up using either fossil fuels. So adoption of some of these solutions actually enhances the greening and the sustainability of some of these things. So even that those who've gone further and use renewable now to do, for example, even composting. So there are quite a number of applications that we are seeing that are coming up now, particularly in the use of renewable energy.
Okay. Eustace, I'd want you to add something with that in terms of the organic farming where renewable energy has come in full throttle. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe to add that even the operators, for example, the buyers, are also transitioning into renewable energy. We see many going for solar-powered refrigerators or cooling services. And also at the farm level, we are seeing a lot of transitioning to greener energy using solar-powered pumps. And specifically in organic, also in terms of the packaging material that is being used, we have seen also a transition to going to natural materials rather than agri-plastics.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we are talking about carbon farming, and I believe, Lisa, this is your stronghold. It doesn't mean the others don't have something to say, but you can start us off and tell us, what does carbon farming contribute in terms of sustainability and in terms of resilience, in terms of the farming you are doing on contract farming, please?
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned, the AgriScan AI, I personalize my questions to AgriScan AI because it's a tool that I've interacted with, and I've seen its efficiency. So on carbon tracking, most farmers might not be so much aware of their practices having an impact on the environment. So one, for the AgriScan AI, it actually gives them insights on if you do this, then there'll be a carbon emission. If you don't do this, then there'll be less carbon emission to the environment. And these are the challenges, or rather these are the repercussions for this amount of carbon emission in the environment. So let me just give a step on how the carbon tracking is done. So a farmer inputs activities, their daily activities on their farm in the app. So they might maybe say, I irrigated my crops today, or I applied mulching, or I planted fruit trees in the boundaries of my farm. I planted grevillea trees. I mixed maize with beans crops. So all that. Then the apps gives insight that whatever you did reduced carbon emission by this percent. So how it comes about to the percentage, we have integrated an algorithm. I'll not talk about the algorithm, but we've integrated an algorithm that actually measures for the carbon emission in the environment. And it also gives farmers insights on the repercussions on this carbon emission in the environment. In that, in their contract farming, at the end of the day, they want more yields. At the end of the day, they want quality yields. At the end of the day, they want constant yields and timely yields. So once I'd mentioned this, so farmers are not resistant to change, they're resistant to loss. So once you bring the idea of loss to them, it's easier for them now to put in the practice. So yeah, I can say that.
Okay, thank you so much, Lisa. I can see, Ernest, you're smiling because that's it has a lot to do with climate change. Please talk to us about it in a very brief manner, please.
Yeah, so when you talk about carbon farming, it's just how do we use our farming method to sink carbon back into our soils. And this, and actually that's the basic explanation of carbon farming, because see, I think maybe we use big buzzword when we tell people carbon farming, but it's just how do we then sink back carbon into the soil. So as he has rightly put, this is easily done because of the type of crops that we are using, the type of farm practices that we practice. And you see that either using organic fertilizer, you are able to bring in carbon back to the soil. If you are using biochar, you are able to sink carbon back to the soil. Planting either maize and for example, beans, as he has mentioned, sinks that particular carbon. Reducing the tillage maintains the carbon into the soil. So there are some practices that we can actually put in place even at a small scale level, and then we are able to do carbon farming.
Okay. As we finish that, wind up on that, on low carbon farming, I would like to know from you, Eustace, what practice, one key practice that you think we can all live with so that we can emit low carbon or no carbon at all? But I think the word is low carbon farming, yeah.
Yeah, there are a number of things that one can do, farmers can practice to ensure that their soil structure is improved so that it can absorb more carbon. Among them, there is composting, there is the use of manure, there is the use of mulching, and non-tillage methods so that you do not disturb the soil. So there are a number of practices that farmers are doing to ensure that they improve the texture of the soil and so that it can absorb more carbon. Having said that, there is also a lot of technology that has come up in terms of tracking carbon. We are working with one company that has a tool that is able to track back how much carbon has been sequestrated in the soil 3 years back, and they are using satellite and AI sensors to do this. All that a farmer needs to do is to go and put the coordinates of the farm, and it is able to generate this. So it's also good now to leverage on technology so that even as we adapt those soil fertility management practices that improve on the soil quality, that we have a continuous improvement program so that as we use the technology to monitor this, farmers are also rewarded for practicing this.
Oh, okay, thank you. Specifically to you, Ernest, talk to us about any farmer support adaptation tool or insurance that you could be having, credit guarantee, anything around insurance and adaptation tools that support a farmer.
Yeah, so you'll find in the market there are quite a number of insurance products that are there. We have crop insurance, particularly covering farmers who are planting crops, and it provides them with it covers the risk in case there is failure. We have livestock insurance that takes care of livestock, but you'll find that most of our farmers have not really embraced insurance. Reason being, one actually is awareness, and also two, some of them, the providers have not walked with them the journey, whereby then they can build trust in terms of if I'm actually buying this insurance, what risk is it there that is covering? So one of the ways that within KCSE, because we also work with a number of farmers, what we've tried to do is now to try and bundle this product so that we are not just giving you an insurance alone, but it comes with other farm input products, so that when a farmer is buying something, insurance then is inherent in that particular product. So then that way you'll find there's more penetration of insurance than rather than me just coming and telling you I want to provide this particular insurance. But also too, we need to provide enable farmers maybe with some digital skills, because the way the insurance works is that they need also monitoring. Did you plant? Did you do all that you needed to do? And maybe by the time your crop failed, it was not because of something that you didn't do, but it's just because of the aspect of climate. So if they're able to monitor, take photos, develop a story around it, then they will know how this insurance also works. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We are on to our last question for the session. We want to ask, is it sustainable? Are we doing contract farming that is sustainable? Are we adopting climate resilient contract farming that makes it sustainable for the future generations and for ourselves? So the question here is smart farming in terms of agriculture, climate smart agriculture, is it a competitive to us, or is it something that we are just talk and play, but nothing is being implemented? I want as we all answer from my immediate left, going towards Ernest, answer as you also wrap up the session.
Thank you very much. I think smart farming is the way to go. We all know that the current agricultural system has not fed the world, and it's high time we include other options, including climate smart agriculture, organic agroecology, so that we can fix some of the problems that the conventional system has not fixed. Number two is that there is a lot of research that has been done before research data was not available about productivity, economic returns of organic and other climate smart agricultural practices. ICIPE, that is International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology, has done long-term trials, I think now for more than 20 years, where it has showed for transitioning, the transitioning period, the first 2-3 years may not as be productive, and it may not be as highly economically viable if you compare sustainable agriculture and conventional. But with the time and with the right practices, sustainable agriculture or exceeds productivity, yields, economic returns than conventional agriculture. The thing is, it's the way to go, it's sustainable, you will achieve more with using less, and if you look at even in the emerging markets, like now even the major supermarkets in Nairobi, you find that they are putting dedicated sections for organic and agroecological products. If you look at the export markets, more and more increasing requirements for environmental standards are coming up. And it's not like before where sustainable agriculture used to be a good thing to do. It's now becoming more a requirement, and it's more of a strategic decision for farmers to go that way so that, they can participate in the food systems of the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eustace. We are onto AI currently as a globe, so please take it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So the climate smart agriculture. So I'd give a scenario. We have a farmer in Bungoma who plants crops that are drought resistant, or let me be specific, drought resistant maize. Then they practice mulching. They also practice solar irrigation pump, using the solar pump irrigation for the irrigation. They also have plant gravilla in the boundary of their farm to offer the shade and also for the soil health. Then at the end of the day, they have increased yield one. They have, their market is constant, so they don't have to tell their targeted market that this time I'm not giving you yields because of the drought. Then we have a farmer in Kitale who does the normal farming without putting the climate smart activities or the climate smart concept in his farming. So at the end of the day, you will see that the climate smart agriculture is not just a fancy idea, but something that we should embrace as a country. So I'd wrap it up and say that it is profitable and it is resistant. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so for me, I think I'm one of the evangelists for the climate smart agriculture. Just looking at in Kenya, for example, if I ask you next year, when do you expect the long rains? You will not be able to tell me. But you see, most farmers who depend on rain-fed agriculture will actually prepare their land waiting for the rain to come. But if we transition some of these farmers to climate smart farming, one, we could provide them with input, for example, seedlings that are either early maturing. So immediately the first drop of rain comes, they can plant. And these crops, for example, maize, may mature in less than 90 days. So they will not have a failed harvest for having used some of the climate smart solutions. Two, we are seeing a lot of pests. And now we are also developing, let's say, pest-resistant crops that can also help us with that. We are currently seeing more of biopesticides, where we are not now using the chemical pesticide. And these are seeing more farmers have more yield. As just also put it, there are those crops that are also drought tolerant. So in as much as you're using rain-fed agriculture and the rain doesn't work very well, at least they will withstand the stress of less water and they're able to harvest. In addition to that, our land mass in Kenya, for example, has remained the same, but our population has grown. So if you look about 30 years ago, we were less than 20 million people. We are now close to 60 million, and we still need to feed this particular population, while our land mass has remained the same. So by adopting climate smart practices, we are able to rejuvenate our soils, and they should be able then to keep on producing enough for us, and also leave some even for the future generation. So as an organization, we are always advocating for climate smart agriculture. Is the only way to go. Business as usual used to be there, but it's no longer the business. So the business is smart farming. Thank you.
Thank you. I know I've rushed you a little bit because of time. When we started, we said aspiration. This is what we needed to aspire back then, but now it's a necessity. As we wind up, we want to say sustainability must pay for itself. If we align incentives and innovation, what we've been discussing, resilience can drive profitability. I believe the three of you have just said that, and not just for survival. So let's not be Africa who just survives, but who thrives and we are profitable. Back to you, Deba. Santeni.
Yeah.
A round of applause for Gladwell and the panelists. Thank you so much. Yeah, smart agriculture is a way to go, and we've gotten a rich stream of information from them on how that can be integrated into farming. We just want to immortalize these moments. Yes. Ernest kindly smile. Thank you so much. Ernest Chitechi, Corporate Services Manager, Kenya Climate Innovation Center. Eustace Gary, CEO, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, Horan. And Lisa Karen, Business Development and Partnerships Lead at AgriScan AI. And we want to thank you so much. Gladwell Kimana, who is the Managing Director and Strategic Corporate Consultant at Emerge Egress Consulting. Thank you for some good work. Wow, it's been a good day, hasn't it? Finally we're here. I know many of you have been eagerly waiting for this moment. Still, I want to thank you again for being amazingly patient. And I know tomorrow we'll begin on time and try and end on time. Just bearing the fact that today we had those challenges with our chief guests because of other meetings that came up, but nonetheless they showed up and they sent their representative. But mine is just to thank you so much on this first day of ICCF 2025. Tomorrow let's continue to push the hashtag, also on our social media, hashtag ICCF 2025, and we'll give you a recap in the morning as well. What has transpired today from these conversations we've had this morning and remarks that we got from also our guests in the morning as well. But to more profusely and profoundly to thank you with much humility for showing up today. Let's do it tomorrow. For now, I want to just say have a blessed evening, even as you travel back home, and may you have restorative sleep so that you can wake up energized tomorrow morning as well. So, at this juncture, we want to just close the meeting and just to give you maybe a snippet of what we're going to be having tomorrow as well. And the program will be also on the screen so that you can just scan the QR code, which will directly take you to the program. So tomorrow, which is day 2, we begin at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll have a recap and remarks, and we're going to begin with the Kenya National, that is KNCCI remarks. We'll get from them. Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And of course, we'll get an opening keynote remark there from them, 9 o'clock for 20 minutes. We'll have also Honorable Jonathan Mweke, Principal Secretary, Department for Livestock Development, and thereafter we'll take a break. So, should I say good evening, and thank you very much.